Seuss Grinch coin from Rare Collectibles TV. A very special gift they won't even believe.
What a wonderful gift that I ever could find. A rare collectible coin. Now I've made up my mind. I even said it in rhyme.
Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the lasting gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to drseusscoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's drseusscoins.com. drseusscoins.com.
Hey, listen, you can have Philly fast, reliable internet when you switch to Fios. How do I know? I got a family at 5. Everyone's got a device. Trust me, it is reliable. It is fast. And for a limited time, you can combine Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. You know how incredible that is. Get unlimited welcome for just $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And get this, I'm not done. You can add Fios 300 megabits for $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. So here's the deal. You want Philly fast, reliable internet for the entire family? Visit your greater Philly area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic and times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time now for today's Spotlight on Money.
That office lunch can be a budget buster. We spend an average of $108 a week on work lunches, up from $88 a year ago, according to new numbers from Easy Cater. Ed Jertson of the Engaged Wealth Group in Chicago says going out for that little lunch could be a big drain on your budget.
We all need to eat, but we all don't need to eat at that cost and that price point.
I'm Rob Hart.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So let's get to it as we look at the latest. And when we talk about schools, when we talk about New Jersey, and in this one, New Jersey, sitting on student test scores for months, pretending it's normal. It's not. That's a statement from my next guest. Another Dawn. You're seeing double Dawn right now. Dawn Fantasia.
Remember, we are New Jersey.
And we remember she's New Jersey, a good New Jersey representative. Dawn Fantasia, obviously American Republican Party lawmaker, serving as a member of the New Jersey General Assembly there in the 24th District. So Assembly, and this is Sussex County as well, Sussex County Freeholder, County Commissioner in the past, and somebody very involved, near and dear to your heart, I know, Dawn, as you look at New Jersey public schools, once rated number 1 in the nation and now falling like a rock. So tell us what's going on. And I think this is not making headlines like it should make the headlines. Wonder why, Dawn.
Good morning, Dawn. Thanks for having me on and talking about this. Yeah, I mean,
I don't even know where to start. I guess it's definitely a bizarre delay. It's been called bizarre in releasing the New Jersey test scores. You know, the state hasn't released the results of student tests that we gave to these students in May. So we're halfway into the next school year, and nobody, not parents, teachers, superintendents, legislators, we haven't seen anything except on August 27th, schools were given results of their specific students, okay? We have not seen overall. We haven't been able to view neighboring districts. It's incredibly bizarre. Putting it politely is calling it bizarre, quite honestly, and this is why it matters. These assessments aren't trivia, so they tell us things like what kids can read on grade level, who can do math, where's the achievement gaps, and whether basically tens of billions that we spend on education are actually producing results. And states across the country, they usually release this kind of data in the late summer, and New Jersey used to do that too. But this year, we're one of 3 states in the entire country that still hasn't released the spring scores.
So it looks to me like a cover-up, and this is, I think, Governor Phil Murphy, perhaps, or his administration, or Democrats in general, just trying to, maybe cover themselves, cover their tracks. And for Governor Phil Murphy, I think his administration has been such a failure that I suspect he's trying to protect his legacy. But, this is horrifying to me. And I'm on the Pennsylvania side, but I have so many friends and family on the New Jersey side that moved to New Jersey, even from Pennsylvania, because of especially the Philadelphia area, right? Because here, my kids went to private Catholic school. And so a lot of people said, oh, New Jersey, I'm going to pay a little more in my property taxes, but I'm going to get the best schools in the nation. So it just doesn't smell good.
Well, here's the circumstance with that. New Jersey does have some of the absolute best public schools in the nation, but keyword, some of the best. What happens is the affluent areas, sometimes magnet schools, specialty schools, public charter schools that excel are inflating the data. And then you look just right across the border, Philadelphia into New Jersey, and you look at Trenton, and in Trenton, only 6% of third graders can read on grade level. That means 94% of kids there can't. So there is a huge gap. There's a huge achievement gap between the haves and have-nots in New Jersey. But to talk about these test scores a little further, the excuse that we're hearing like weird catchphrases like, quote, technical processes and new systems. But honestly, ask yourself this. If this were really a technical issue, why aren't the other 47 states having the same problem? I mean, testing vendors have been very clear. Scoring is automated. Results come back within days and not months. So anything along those lines, it doesn't hold water. And what I think might be happening, one of the reasons, is the state just switched for the upcoming year, and we just completed field tests to a brand new, quote, adaptive school system, right? Our school assessment system. So that means the tests are computer adaptive, and they adjust to the level of what the student is able to answer. But the state hasn't properly explained how these new scores are going to compare to our prior years. They've done no public crosswalk. There's no proficiency charts, nothing to tell us if a child who scored proficient last year would score the same under the new system. So we just did field tests. So my sneaking suspicion is they're looking to see how our kids do on the field test for the new computer adaptive before they are able to spin what these results from last year look like. And, instead of releasing the data with an honest explanation, the state is sitting on it. And I fear that the results may be worse than they want to admit.
Oh, my gosh. And so and I know that you're also obviously your background, you're very involved in, and you're well educated, pun intended, on this issue, but you serve on the education committee as an assemblywoman. So I guess, what are you doing, or what can you do to try to expedite this information so that at least teachers and parents have the information? And what can be done to expose what's really going on here?
Well, separate from my job in the assembly, I have to live with this every day because my actual job, separate from the political end, is I'm actually district assessment coordinator for a network of public charter schools in North Jersey. So this is my job. I eat, sleep, and drink this. So the fact that we're not seeing this with, for the boots on the ground allows me to take that perspective back to the Education Committee. And what I intend on doing in this upcoming session is asking questions. I would like to call a hearing. I was discussing this with Assemblywoman Vicki Flynn, who is a former Board of Education member in her town prior to joining the state assembly, and she's on the Republican side as well. We've had multiple conversations about this, and she's looking through her prior board member lens and saying we really would want this type of information sooner, because what we do is we take that data, and even in public charter schools, we take the data of what neighboring districts are doing, and we look for best practices. Where are the pockets of excellence, even in lower socioeconomic areas in the state? We are not able to do that with this kind of delay. So we would like to call a hearing and invite the Acting Commissioner of Education, Kevin Demmer, and some of the folks there at the Department of Ed to explain themselves and really, shine the proper light, have the proper degree of transparency and accountability to the legislators so we're able to present that to the public.
And so with this, I saw that you had posted on social media just this morning, talking to Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia here. This is New Jersey's 24th legislative district, but you had posted about a North Jersey public school district. This is Newark. And, some tax dollars, you have some real questions about the annual costs. What's the latest with that one?
Well, it is absolutely horrible because the latest is kind of in the middle of the night, a few days before our election here in New Jersey. The Newark Board of Education actually extended this problematic superintendent's contract an additional 2 years when he has 2 years already on his contract. And I can tell you that Newark Public Schools, $1.2 billion plus of their budget comes from outside of the city of Newark. It is funded by taxpayers outside of the city of Newark. And Newark Public Schools received one of the largest COVID relief packages in the entire state. They got about $287 million in federal funds. So that's about $7,500 per student. I mean, that's money that can transform. That's completely changed the trajectory of a district money. And then you look for evidence of how those funds improved academic outcomes in Newark, and you hit a wall. There's virtually no public accounting of whether the dollars actually helped kids who fell the farthest. And actually, of that money, only 16% of students were served. And the district said it would use the money for things like high-dose tutoring, extended learning time, and summer programs, all the things we know that help students recover from learning loss. But then when auditors checked, they found a very, very different tale. And how Newark spends their money has really been under examination. They got nailed. Superintendent held a fun day at a wedding venue, spending tens of thousands of dollars on open bar. They've sent their board members for training to Honolulu and Palm Springs. They have events with like caviar, Wagyu beef, open bar. This is how taxpayer money is being spent. And in Newark, the last data we have, Dawn, has students, only 23% of third grade students in Newark are reading on grade level.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, and we've been showing, just so you know, Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia, we've been, Dan Borowski, our executive producer, putting up, some of the information on there and what's going on, that New Jersey taxpayers, really the fleecing of New Jersey taxpayers, where you have, among the highest property taxes in the nation, by the way, and spending, what is it, $1.2 billion annual costs, and this includes these lavish trips and these quote unquote, and I'll say in air quotes, these consultant fees. It's crazy. So what can be done as far as, number one, transparency, which is what you're doing now, but you're probably not making big headlines in the New York market or Philadelphia market, quite frankly, because New Jersey, and I've been talking about this for years, Dawn, and that is New Jersey does not have its own television or media news market. So you have to rely on basically bureaus from New York and Philadelphia to even cover the school system or what's going on. That's a real problem. But what can you do to try to expose this and then audit them and reel this in?
Well, you nailed it there with the last piece. Jersey Department of Ed doesn't require detailed reporting on outcomes for any of that money. So that $287 million, no outcome is required. And other states track which schools use tutoring, and they'll publish participation and results. And in New Jersey, we get a total dollar figure and little else. So we have no idea if reading scores improved. We don't know math scores improved. And we don't know if the students who are struggling actually get help. So the first piece really starts at the Department of Education, and I don't know what they're waiting for. It's a very, very tepid department, very reactive and not proactive. And there needs to be stronger accountability measures. I mean, you oftentimes see the legislature. You'll see recently there's a lot of legislation coming up wanting to hold public charter schools more accountable and whatnot, and that's, of course, backed by the NJEA. But, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I've been working in public education for over 20 years in New Jersey, and 18 of that spent in a public charter versus traditional public. And, my whole point with this entire thing is accountability is never a bad thing, no matter what, whether you're a public charter school, whether you are a traditional public school. There needs to be clear accountability on how funds are being spent, on student achievement. While the adults play all these kind of reindeer games, Dawn, these kids are only in that grade once, right? They're only a third grader once, a fourth grader once. So while the adults are playing footsie, these kids are losing their opportunity to really learn. So that's one, is stronger accountability measures. Two, we do have a news network. It's certainly not as broad as the New York and the Philadelphia markets, but we have, for instance, News 12 New Jersey. I know print media has taken a hit, but I think it's just legislators being loud. And, oftentimes on our Republican side, we're chastised by the left, and they say, oh, you're just making noise, you're grandstanding. Anytime you shine a light on these really terrible practices that are bad and in this case hurt kids. So we're not dissuaded by that. I don't want to ever hear again, oh, you're making noise, you're grandstanding. It's not grandstanding when we're literally failing a generation of kids. Enough with the limousine liberal ivory tower nonsense. Let's put our focus on these rural communities that are struggling, our working class communities, our lower socioeconomic communities, communities of color, where the kids are really, really struggling. If the Democrat Party is truly the party of the people, as they claim, they need to step up. It shouldn't be, a handful of loud Republicans on the right shining a light on this. Everybody needs to step up and take responsibility.
Amen. Yeah, and you mentioned News 12, and they are independently owned, based obviously in New York, but they do have that, the branch there in Edison, New Jersey. But unfortunately, it's cable, so there's not a primary station where you should in New Jersey. When you think about the size of New Jersey and the population, it's on par with what, Michigan or let's say North Carolina. Think about all the different news markets. That's my background, Dawn. So that's why I've been harping on this. My husband, Larry Menti, as well. We've been harping on this for years, that New Jersey just deserves to have their own media markets. It's a huge, you could have easily one in Trenton in the capital, and then North Jersey, to start. But I think that's part of the reason that I see that New Jersey residents just don't get this kind of coverage that they deserve. And I'll call myself out, that I should have you on every day. Even, you know what I mean? I should, and be Dawn and Dawn, But in all seriousness, it's crazy to me that this is a huge story. And I think for everybody in New Jersey, even those, let's say your kids are grown, but I think there is a feeling of pride in New Jersey. Just what you were saying earlier about so many great schools. I would imagine the teachers, do you talk to teachers who say that they feel maybe their speech is stifled on this? They're afraid to speak out. I would think they would want these kinds of reports that you're talking about.
New Jersey teachers really are some of the most unappreciated people. They take the hit. They're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't. Sometimes they're perceived as, pushing ideologies and politics in the classroom. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. That certainly does in cases where it absolutely should never happen in a classroom. But, for the most part, teachers want the best for their kids. They put in their time, they put in their resources, they put in their own financial resources, which is absolutely unnecessary, should be unnecessary in this state, flush with funding for some of these school districts, and the money is being misappropriated. So you have teachers getting hammered from that side. You have teachers being criticized for the students, not excelling when perhaps the curriculum is inappropriate, when perhaps we're spending too much time on learning standards that are about social issues and politics, and we're moving away from the tried and true methods, like, thank God for the reemergence of the science of reading that we see, was stripped from curriculum. I mean, these are the kinds of things that there needs to be focus on, and teachers are weary. They're weary at this point. The ones that I talk to grow very, very frustrated. They want the best for their kids. They're working hard, and it's our job to give them the tools that they need in order to succeed. They need the funding and the tools to succeed, and I feel like we're doing it, with expecting them to do a job with one hand tied behind their back. I think with better curriculum standards, stronger science-based reading and math literacy approaches, we will see changes. And Dawn, lastly, I don't buy into that narrative that children in lower socioeconomic areas can't achieve. I've worked in urban education now, again, for 18 years. And myself, my colleagues, we have lifted children up academically. We set the bar high. We pushed them. We made them believe in themselves. And in the right environment, with the right parental support, with including the family, with including all stakeholders, our kids have excelled beyond what your basic, quote, expectations would be. It's possible. It's possible with the right leadership.
Yeah, I think that you're a real champion of this, Dawn Fantasia, and, kudos to you for speaking out about it and fighting for these kids. As you say, I think of as a parent, we always have guilt, like, oh, when you were in the third grade, we should have moved you to Mrs. So-and-so's class. Or, you think about not only just an entire school year, but even a month. Even you think about a half a school year, a semester of a school year, what that means in the development of a child, because it has to do with their self-esteem and how they view themselves in school. And once they think that they don't succeed in school, that can affect them for years as well. So this is so important, and your work is so great. Thank you, Dawn Fantasia. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Dawn, for having me on.
Hey, before you go, since it's a breaking story this morning, just as a woman to woman, I just have to ask you, just for your reaction, and I know you're busy this morning, so maybe you haven't really had a chance to see everything that's been going down, but these Epstein survivors, some of them were children, 14-year-old kids at the time, that they were groomed, and then, this sicko guy, Epstein, who's obviously dead, but the way that this happened, they've been speaking out. We expect this House vote, and unfortunately, a lot of politicians are making it about them and politics. To me personally, it's unfortunate. I remember even when the Katie Brennan, I covered that for Jersey Matters at the time. I was there in Trenton when the Katie Brennan case was going down. Unfortunately, these kinds of situations do get politicized. And so even if you want to take that angle of it, but I just wanted to give you an opportunity, Dawn, to react to what's happening in real time as we see this issue front and center. It's a bit rare in this country. Even in newsrooms, I can tell you, a lot of times newsrooms, there's a domestic or there's something like this. People think it's icky and it doesn't get the coverage. But just your reaction to everything that's happening on Capitol Hill and with the issue of survivorship, children survivors in particular.
Well, that certainly is a heavy question, and I have not seen a lot of today's releases, if anything new had happened today, because I'm at work. And what's funny is I'm actually taking my lunch break to speak with you.
Thank you.
Right now.
I figured, and that's why I just wanted to, and I put it out there broadly.
But, speaking broadly about the topic, the whole scenario is horrific. Sexual abuse of children, this type of exploitation this type of normalization of our children is beyond nauseating. We see it not just in this scenario. We see it across different sectors. We see it in schools. We see it so many places, and there really has to be no tolerance in the situation. There has to be a standard that we set to protect our kids and listen to them. Again, there has been, a lift of the statute of limitations for reporting, sexual crimes in our state if the victim was a child. And I think at the time, of the crime. And I think that the more the adults are firm and not bending in the fact that this is not okay, and our number one goal, first and foremost, is to always protect the victim and give the victim a voice. I think that that's the most important piece. And the fact that this issue is being politicized and smacked around like a hot potato, these survivors deserve so much more than that. This issue should not be political. It should flat out be holding those accountable who exploited children sexually, period.
Dawn Fantasia, I actually wish that those on Capitol Hill could have heard your eloquent, wise words on your lunch break today, just speaking out, because seriously, that's the message that people need to hear more of, just what you said. And we just really appreciate you fighting for kids in New Jersey and fighting for kids in America. Dawn Fantasia, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dawn. Have a great day.
You too. I owe you lunch. Dawn Fantasia. What a great lady. And I put her on the spot there, and I really appreciate what she said, because that's really the spirit that I'm feeling, a sense of just kind of disgust with both sides really politicizing it, making it about them instead of what Dawn Fantasia, Assemblywoman of New Jersey, just said. And that is that what's happening on Capitol Hill is an opportunity for our nation and our nation's leaders and community members at every level, not just the federal and national level, to make the in-flight adjustments and say, let's protect children, all children, from these kind of sicko predators at every level. Whether it's trafficking, whether it's pedophilia, whatever's going on, let's make sure that we make that the focus. But instead, what are they doing? They're fundraising. That's what they're doing. They're politicking. And that's the unfortunate piece of it. So I hope they get through the vote. I hope that those voices of wisdom and eloquence, like Dawn Fantasia, are the ones that rise, to the top. And just keep that in mind throughout the day. I know that we'll be recapping, and it's going to be an explosive day. So we got it all covered for you. Let me just do a pivot here and talk about one of our great sponsors who supports us and supports news and information with such a passion. I think of my kitchen. I think of the holidays and the holiday gatherings. You ever notice this? Everybody ends up in the kitchen. That really brings me to Kitchen Magic, and the kitchen is the heart of the home. So if your kitchen could use a little magic, now is the perfect time. Kitchen Magic offering their biggest discount ever, 30% off your new kitchen cabinets or refacing project, 50% off your bathroom installation. American made, right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania, completely tariff proof. And they've been family owned since 1979. 60,000 happy customers, great reviews, rave reviews. Plus, they do offer interest-free financing for every single budget. So create the warm, welcoming space that your family deserves. Kitchen Magic. You can visit kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. Go to estatesroadshow.com.
Harvest the rewards of smart banking at First Harvest Credit Union. Open a growth checking account and earn up to 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more, all while enjoying easy, flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or explore our other savings options, including our growth savings accounts. Stop by your nearest branch to get started. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2026 Lexus models are here and moving fast. The amazing team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and love is in season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. This family-owned jeweler has been helping couples for 35 years with stunning rings, expert guidance, and custom in-house designs. And when it comes to the perfect ring, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The Biden Department of Justice had the files the entire time. And not a single one of the people who are so loud and animated right now, they never said anything about it for all those 4 years. None of them held press conferences. None of them demanded the release of the documents. And under Biden's DOJ, when they prosecuted just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, not a single one of these Democrats or any of the proponents of the discharge ever made any noise about that at all. So it's fair for the American people to ask the question, why now? Why suddenly are they so interested? They have such an urgent interest in the Jeffrey Epstein matter. The truth is simple and straightforward and obvious for anyone who is willing to look at it objectively. Clearly, this is a political exercise for Democrats and a few others, sadly, and it is as deceitful and dishonest as their pointless stunt to shut down the government.
And so that from House Speaker Mike Johnson, speaking within the past 20 minutes or so, maybe less than that. But the latest on this one, I know that there are many who get defensive, like the House Speaker. We now see that they're going toward a vote. They've said it will happen this afternoon. And obviously, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, is the place where you're going to get the latest. You're going to get local analysis and local reaction, which we are already getting from local leaders. We just talked to Dawn Fantasia about it. So the latest here is, and I'll update you, and then you'll hear from Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's speaking out on Capitol Hill, among others, along with the survivors. And many of them, like I say, were young when they were groomed and when they were really caught in a pedophile's net, if you will, sick situation. President Trump saying he will sign legislation compelling the release of the Justice Department's Jeffrey Epstein files if and when it reaches his desk, urging Republican lawmakers to support the measure. And this is a reversal of his position. The House is expected to vote this afternoon, like I say, early afternoon, to release the files, 1:30-ish, although we'll see if that really happens at that time. But we will be here for it. GOP leaders weighing in. So you heard Speaker Mike Johnson signaling that he would, and by the way, we're hearing that this may very well be a unanimous vote. So we will get to some of the survivors and victims. Wanted you to hear probably the one person who's being quoted the most this morning in an explosive, what's expected to be an explosive situation this afternoon. This is Georgia's own Marjorie Taylor Greene.
That's what we did by fighting so hard against the most powerful people in the world, even the President of the United States, in order to make this vote happen today. I was called a traitor by a man that I fought for 6 years for. And I gave him my loyalty for free. I won my first election without his endorsement, beating 8 men in a primary. And I've never owed him anything, but I fought for him for the policies and for America first. And he called me a traitor for standing with these women and refusing to take my name off the discharge petition. Let me tell you what a traitor is. A traitor is an American that serves foreign countries and themselves. A patriot is an American that serves the United States of America and Americans like the women standing behind me.
So that statement and that one kind of rocked the news headlines, really. And this is not just in America, worldwide. So think about what she's referring to as President Trump is hosting the Saudi Crown Prince today. And it's a shame to me that this particular lawmaker is choosing to air, a political grievance. And look, you be you, but not this moment. Let these survivors, and we'll get to some of the survivors in just a second, but think about what Marjorie Taylor Greene, a lot of the headlines mid-morning were all about MTG v. Trump. And so on any other day, it makes for good fodder, I guess, for all of us to chat about something, but not on this day. Some of these victims were, 14-ish. Some were younger, but underage. In a moment, you'll hear from one such young woman who I think is thankful, maybe even relieved, as they were abused and in a really sick situation. If you know much about what happens when these pedophiles try to groom a child, and it's really it's sick. So it psychologically scars a child and scars them for their entire lives. And I not only have covered this extensively, but I will tell you I've been part of major fundraisers with local nonprofits that have raised millions of dollars that I've been intimately involved with in supporting young victims and the scars that they feel, the shame that they feel, what they go through. It's very difficult for them to come out. But I also have in my own family, not in this state, but family members who don't live in Pennsylvania, but who right now are, most of them are in their 20s, who experienced either by someone they knew or by someone in their school. And so I've been, I will say I have intimate knowledge of what some of these victims and survivors go through. And this is about them on this day. Not rhetoric of people who say, well, I was right about fill in the blank, or a lawmaker who just wants to run for higher office. Let this day just be about these survivors who, quite frankly, have been through hell. And not just them. I can guarantee you their families have been through hell because they were put through something that's a type of abuse, that's a psychological warfare that is unimaginable, unthinkable. And earlier, when Dawn Fantasia correctly, and I knew she would knock it out of the park, when she correctly talked about that, let's just make this something that's about protecting children and protecting, by the way, boys and girls, but protecting them from these sick kind of predators. You think about the Bible addresses this in the Old Testament, quite frankly, and the New Testament, in which it is said and it is written that someone who does this kind of thing to a child is better off, that basically you tie a huge rock or an anchor to their body and just drown them. Let them sink down into the sea and drown. That's the kind of condemnation that God gives these kind of sick predators. Okay? So on this day, let's hear now from, and this is...
there is more from Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about the division of MAGA.
Let's just go to, you know what, we'll get to her. I do want to, okay. I'm talking about the survivors. So let's get to Jenna Lisa Jones, who if you've followed this at all, then you know that she was underage at the time. Listen in.
It is also not a hoax. We are here as American survivors of a man who used his wealth and power to hurt young girls and women. The world should see the files to know who Jeffrey Epstein was and how the system catered to him and failed us. Emotionally, this process has been distressing. First, the administration said it would release everything and applauded President Trump for that. Then it fought to release nothing. Now that now that checks and balances of our democracy have worked and the bill is getting passed to release the files, we are hearing the administration say they intend to investigate various Democrats who were friends with Epstein. I beg you, President Trump, please stop making this political. It is not about you, President Trump. You are our president. Please start acting like it. Show some class, show some real leadership, show that you actually care about the people other than yourself. I voted for you, but your behavior on this issue has been a national embarrassment. It is time to take the honest, moral ground and support the release of these files, not to weaponize pieces of the files against random political enemies that did nothing wrong, but to understand who Epstein's friends were, who covered for him, what financial institutions allowed his trafficking to continue, who knew what he was doing but was too much of a coward to do anything about it.
So that is Jenna Lisa Jones, and again, she was underage at the time. You can hear her voice shaking and saying to President Trump a direct message that I hope he hears the full in context message that she is conveying, saying, I voted for you, but she's now angry and she's impacted by President Trump when he said that something was a hoax, and he has, I think initially was taken out of context, but since then he certainly has said it's a Democrat hoax, that they've made it political. I just hope and pray on this day President Trump hears her voice and her as somebody who's emotionally scarred and shattered by a predator, a sicko pedophile, and that I hope that he hears that and does not react to the media questions. Because after all, those media news reporters that maybe when he's with the Crown Prince today, if there is a Q&A, I hope he just says that at the end of the day, he is the first president, by the way, under his administration. 50,000+ pages have been released. He then said, yes, you know what? Let's release all of it, because he realizes it needs to come out. But I hope he does not react in a political way. I hope he does not react to Marjorie Taylor Greene's, insightful words, if you will, about politics. I hope he states that, in fact, this is about these survivors. They deserve their day. They deserve the truth. They deserve the answers. And this, of course, all was shuffled under a carpet back in 2008. George W. Bush was the president, then Obama took over. So many administrations could have pushed for this, but also the media. Also, many of the career politicians who were in Congress were silent. So there are many who've been silent. On this day, we are now seeing the voices of these survivors on Capitol Hill, and I imagine they're in many ways relieved. It looks like the vote's going to happen. It looks like there will be much more transparency than we have ever seen. And think about that. This goes way back, because Jeffrey Epstein, back in really, I think they had him like in 2007. He was facing life behind bars. So what happened? Who's on the list? Who are these powerful people who've been able to influence others? We're going to find out. There's no reason to even speculate on any of it, because it looks like it's going to come out. I hope it does. And then, just like with an open wound that gets washed out, and then the healing can begin. And then we can learn from it. I hope that's the order within which the day takes place after the vote. I hope that we can wash this wound, we can expose it, and then it can dry out and heal. And then we can learn from it and avoid this kind of tragedy from happening again. I'm Dawn Stensland, 855-839-1210. Appreciate you being here. We have a lot to cover today and a lot to get to, so we'll be right back.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh.
Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Where's your holiday spirit, Betty? Oh, I just don't know what to get my grandchild for Christmas this year. Well, that's a cinch. Get the Grinch. The what now? The silver Dr. Seuss Grinch coin from Rare Collectibles TV. A very special gift they won't even believe. What a wonderful gift that I ever could find. A rare collectible coin. Now I've made up my mind. I even said it in rhyme.
Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the lasting gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to drseusscoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's drseusscoins.com. drseusscoins.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The House is expected to vote today on a bill to release the Epstein files. More SEPTA cancellations today for the same dozen regional rail trains as yesterday. And 2 families are suing the company that operated the medical jet from that deadly crash along Cotman Avenue in January.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows that if your old water heater conks out from Aunt Gail's 2-hour showers this holiday season, or your decorations keep tripping the breakers, well, then everything falls apart. That's why you can count on Horizon this season for 0% interest financing on installs, plus a plumbing or electrical inspection for just $99, so we can address any clogs or hums ahead of time. And as always, we're here to help with same-day emergency service, even on holidays. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. 1 daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's ruffgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's ruffgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Man, there's so much happening today. Welcome back, Dawn Stensland. We are live. Dan Borowski, our executive producer. A lot of pomp and circumstance with a beautiful scene with black stallions. President Trump standing at attention as he welcomes the Saudi Crown Prince to the White House. You hear the trumpets as the vehicle pulls up, and here the president is here with open arms, literally shaking hands, and extending his hand, his welcome to a full array. Looks like a parade out here as he welcomes the Saudi Crown Prince to the White House. And so President Trump, in his trademark, if you will, dark blue suit, the white shirt, the red tie, and it's a photo op here. I suspect they're not taking, this is not a Q&A, and in fact, you hear the music, the just a moment ago, we have the trumpets, now we have the drums, very friendly, they're laughing, they're joking, they're chatting, but President Trump welcoming now, and this is remember that President Trump last spring, when he was welcomed with the purple carpet being rolled out, honors that you rarely, if ever, have seen for a U.S. president. I think he's trying to match that kind of royal elegance and royal greeting. And now they turn and they walk in. I don't think that you will see a Q&A, at least not for now, but a full day of events. And he's standing quite a ways back. I think they're just going to go inside. President Trump extending his right arm as he's putting his hand on the back of the Crown Prince, and they walk inside. So I don't think that we'll see. I don't know that we'll see a Q&A between these two. Maybe later, but not right now, as this was a planned trip, and a lot, obviously, that President Trump is very aware that's happening on Capitol Hill today with the Epstein survivors, as they now are, taking center stage and all the politics. So what's happening here today as we think about it, just real quick here to go through it, as President Trump is welcoming the Saudi Crown Prince to the White House, and others who will be attending. What does this mean? This is a huge day because the pair, they are expected to talk about some kind of a defense pact or deal, AI investment. And President Trump may also use the meeting to push the Crown Prince on perhaps helping to normalize the relations with Israel. And so with this one, Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince, this is the next generation of leadership in the Middle East. Remember, we talked about that, Mohammed bin Salman at the White House. So the younger generation, and this was a pivotal situation because remember, they were using the younger crowd, if you will, to try to influence even peace in the Middle East and talk about business relationships, peace through prosperity. Now, we're also hearing that maybe the captain of the Saudi football club, okay, this is Cristiano Ronaldo. So we got football, we got sports, but we're hearing that this, football star, and they say football, it's really soccer to us, but he's like a superstar in their country. And so the fact that Cristiano Ronaldo reportedly may be a part of this, we're hearing that. But President Trump, ahead of this meeting, had told reporters that the U.S. will sell the F-35 fighter jets to Saudi Arabia, saying they've been a great ally, being a business ally. And so few world leaders have, as I said, and I've said this before, as far as President Trump receiving that incredible royal welcome, that was last spring. And so now you're seeing that being reciprocated here, not setting well with some in the America First crowd, quite frankly. And you heard that sentiment from Marjorie Taylor Greene, but they shook hands outside the White House there, Trump emerging from the building, standing right in front of the White House. And in this one now, the music played as the Saudi Crown Prince arrived and stepped out of his vehicle, a very warm welcome. And they stood while, obviously military jets were flying past overhead, quite a royal greeting, if you will, with uniformed, obviously U.S. Marines outside the White House.
We'll send people over to our YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like and subscribe, and we'll show footage of that flyover that just happened there here in 1 second, once I get that loaded in there.
So so I know that we have a very busy day, this is just incredible, and we're jam-packed today. So I don't think that President Trump is going to speak. If he does, though, we will take him live. Here's the flyover that we referred to. Again, President Trump really bringing out the pomp and circumstance and trying to return the favor, if you will, of a royal welcome for the Saudi Crown Prince as this happens this morning. So we'll continue to follow it for you live. And like I say, if Trump decides to hold a news conference and speak, we'll take it live. I really don't think it's going to happen within the hour because, of course, we have the vote happening this afternoon in probably an hour and a half or 2 hours, a lot breaking on Capitol Hill. But in this one, we got it covered for you. This is the Dawn Show. Listen, we got to talk about what's upcoming next spring. And oh my goodness, Ken Chase and Conservative Tours, they've outdone themselves. We're talking 10 days next spring where we will call home what the Roman Empire referred to as Finisterre, the end of the earth. If you loved our tour events in Italy the past few years, oh, you're going to love this one. And this is tailor-made, tailor-designed just for you, our listeners at 1210. Dining at the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event, along with 4-star accommodations. $57.38. Yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia, including Abydos, Fatima, the elegance of Coimbra. Call 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Scroll down and you'll see my picture, my name, and Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So you know that's our tour, conservativetours.com. You can see the full itinerary, including, oh my goodness, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, all the fun. Incredible. And Portugal isn't just the playground of the world's jet set. It is the land of Vasco da Gama, Magellan. We're going to learn how this sea-facing land became a world power. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais alone. Those just alone are worth the crossing, but there's more. We're also going to discover Portugal's answer to Tuscany, Douro Valley, Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in such a passionate way, and we're going to learn why together. I can't wait. Join me for the history, the cuisine, the unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you in Bellum Tower. conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
A weak storm system will approach the Delaware Valley today. Clouds will be on the increase through the afternoon with a high of around 49. Rain will arrive later this evening, low 40 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, rain ending around mid-morning, then staying mostly cloudy with a high near 49.
Every man should have their health optimized. Forte Men's Health offers a unique approach, providing individualized solutions that address a wide range of critical issues. Dr. Michael Atanasio supports you with cardiovascular disease prevention, improvement in erectile dysfunction, testosterone replacement and enhancement, nutrition counseling, and weight control, all in one place. Reduce the need for multiple specialists. Visit ForteMen'sHealth.com and make an appointment today for personalized health care. ForteMen'sHealth.com. With one doctor, one location for life. ForteMen'sHealth.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax, or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events happening at Springfield Country Club on December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, you know the music. Kathy Barnett in the house. Still really taking a victory lap from the Seed and Roots. Great lineup, great event with all those speakers. And as Kathy said, no cue cards, no talking points. Let's have a conversation, a bipartisan conversation to solve the problems of society and get it together, people. Kathy Barnett, my friend, how are you?
Hello, my friend. I'm glad to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. So you sent over this video. Let's take a look and check out the best of Seed and Roots.
I think most of us realize we're in trouble.
Amen.
Something has broken in this country. Something has gone fundamentally wrong in this nation. What I have been thinking about and praying about for so long.
Kathy Barnett.
Now is the time to have real conversations.
So when people on the outside are saying, well,
you're marginalized, you're oppressed simply because of your skin color, your poverty, whatever. No. I reject victimhood.
I think we've allowed ourselves to be exploited. For some reason, we feel that there's some virtue in the victimhood.
100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the Negro is still not free. That was a lie. I was born free.
And this event is one of the best, really the best I've ever been to, bringing Philadelphia and people from all across the country and the world, actually. People are here from all across the world.
When we're bound by constructs that are inherently divisive, we're going to perpetuate more division.
And I love the opportunity to speak to groups of people about leadership and unity, community, and family.
I love getting with these conservatives and figuring out what's the next step. You know, what do we do? Like, what's the action plan? What's the call of action?
Our community needs to hear more messages of empowerment, that do-for-self ethos that used to be dominant.
The truth of the matter is, we got to stand up. It's rather fitting that Kathy has put on this event called Seed and Roots, just steps from the Liberty Bell, because we all know there is biblical scripture inscribed on that Liberty Bell.
AI is like electricity. Everybody's going to be using it in the next 5 to 10 years, and so you have to get on board.
We are
So this is a trailer video.
We are the people.
Seed and Roots, wealth creation and management, really covering everything. Kathy Barnett, is this just the beginning for you with this kind of, convention that you were holding? I don't know, you call it a convention, a meeting day, a conversation. Where does it go from here?
Yes, well, the goal has always been that this is not a one and done. We need real conversations. And so the goal is, and what we're actually meeting later on today, a team of us, is where are we taking it next year? We had people flying in from New York, from Tennessee, from Texas. They were all here, and they all want Seed and Roots. And so that's the goal, is to partner with other like-minded individuals around the nation and bring in exactly what we did here, our proof of concept. This is wanted. It was standing room only. We sold all of our tickets. Yes. We had 20,000 people live watching. This is something that I think the people want.
By the way, Suze and David in South Carolina, Manglemush, Newman Price, all these Road Warrior, who's John, retired law enforcement, they're all saying a big hello to Kathy Barnett. So Yay. We're on the YouTube chat. Yeah. So I have to get
you have the best listeners.
Yeah, and we're on YouTube too, so people could consume either you're listening or maybe you're watching on YouTube as well. So you saw that trailer, which was really beautifully produced, and people of all different walks of life and generations. I love that too, that you had, some young people there, maybe college age, and looking toward a career and looking toward life, trying to be part of the conversation. So it looks like you really got a great diversity of people, and I think that's a credit to you and who you are. So as far as this goes, Kathy Barnett, you'll be covering it on your shows this weekend here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and beyond. I know we're on iHeart now and Sinclair and everywhere we get carried. But, thinking about the vote coming up, thinking about the Saudi Crown Prince visiting Trump with all the pomp and circumstance, and you made me think of it because at your, Seed to Roots convention there, as you were talking about the conversation, you were talking about victimhood. So many of the young women there are saying they're survivors, not victims. When you think about it in the context of schools, education, protecting young people, in many ways, the word education comes to mind. I mean, that's really what you're doing with regards to holding these kinds of daily conventions, if you will, but it's about educating people. But at the same point, we have to influence public education, do we not? To try to
Absolutely.
Right, and stop the indoctrination, but also to educate young people to say, you are a survivor, you are not a victim, you shouldn't have that victimhood, but at the same time, educating young people from being victimized, if you will.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts. We have for the past several generations, we probably have lost about 2 generations to this, where we as taxpayers have been subsidizing the indoctrination of our education system. And as a result, we have taught young Americans that there is some virtue in being a victim. So now we have, young white kids who have never lacked a day in their life wearing Prada, finding ways to wrap themselves up in some form of victimhood, right? Because that is where virtue is. But we subsidize that level of conversation in our schools. And we've taught a whole generation, maybe about 2 generations, that America is horrible, that America is racist, that America is irredeemable, that America is just lost. And now guess what? Those 2 generations are now voting age. And now they are voting, and they're voting in communism. We see that up there in New York. We see that in how they're voting. Even in Virginia, the Attorney General, all of these text messages wishing that his Republican opponent's children were murdered, they were out there for consumption, and yet he won. But we've raised about 2 generations and on that diet, and we, the American taxpayers, have been subsidizing that. So we really need to see the Trump administration take a sledgehammer to what we have come to know as the Department of Education and how they've infiltrated our local school system. And then the second aspect is that, yes, you're absolutely right. We who say we know better, we have to do a better job of influencing the culture. What do I mean by culture? Culture is nothing more than the prevailing ideas and beliefs and values that the rest of the nation live under, right? And so we have now adopted the left's culture of death, of violence by any means necessary, denigrating our children, boys can be girls. Those are their values. And so we on our side of the political aisle, we need to do a better job of coming back into the marketplace of ideas and having conversations. It's all about conversations, because once conversations start, violence begins, and we don't want that.
Amen. Kathy Barnett, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, a huge congratulations to you. We got to run because we've just cut short with all the breaking news today, Kathy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend. Blessings.
Yes, you too. Love her, and thanks for all the love on YouTube as well. Hey, if you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, maybe it's time to take advantage of the incredible deals going on right now. With a little help from my friends at Piazza Nissan of Ardmore, you get 0% financing, 60 months on their most popular SUVs. 2025 Pathfinder, Rogue, Murano, 0%, 60 months on new models from the brand ranked #1 by J.D. Power for new vehicle high quality. You drive away in a new Nissan today from Piazza, located right there on Lancaster Pike in Ardmore. Online, piazzanissan.com, Piazza, piazzanissan.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
It's here.
B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Gold is around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 30 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening now through Friday the 21st in Broomhall, Chestnut Hill, and St. David's. Gold is hot right now, so don't wait. Call 609-781-6559. Visit estatesroadshow.com for locations. That's estatesroadshow.com.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at goguida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Just in time for Thanksgiving, the Sit in Style sale is underway at Bucks County Estate Traders. Purchase a set of dining chairs and have them beautifully reupholstered for just $50 per chair, plus materials. Choose from hundreds of high-quality fabrics and let our in-house experts refresh your dining space with custom upholstery that fits your home's unique style. Bring new life to your dining room this holiday season. But hurry, the offer ends November 20th. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by the Hatfield showroom today.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, it's a sin. You know why Dan is playing
I'm sorry.
this music? It's because Kristi Noem is in the news. Remember when her book came out and she was, it was in her book. It was her book. And she talked about shooting that dog that was biting people, etc. Oh, I can't imagine.
Yeah, well, Dan Goldman, they're throwing things back and forth on Congress, talking about a new bill in which we can deport immigrants who attack dogs. But Goldman decides to offer a renaming of the bill, Dawn, and where does he go?
And so this renaming, I think, would really capture the true essence of the bill, which is that we really don't want anybody to kill dogs, especially the Secretary of Homeland Security.
So he kind of I missed it there, but here you go.
This act may be cited as the Kristi Noem Canine Relief Act of 2025. It is noteworthy that we are doubling down.
What a smarty pants.
I'm sorry to laugh, but
and canine,
kind of clever.
Canine, not with a K, obviously CANINE, right? He's not talking about police dogs. But
Yeah.
Shame. Well, it's funny. We needed a moment of levity. By the way, they've already pushed back the House vote. It was originally 1 or 130. Now they're pushing it back to 2. They're saying that President Trump is expected to speak at some point with the Saudi crown prince. So we got all that going on. It's a fast-moving day, that's for sure, as we look at the developments. I'll just say this about President Trump greeting with the crown prince, Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia. I have not seen that kind of reception for on our side as far as receiving someone. I mean, even when Netanyahu came here, usually they bring, Bibi, he brought gifts for Trump. Remember that? And said he would nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize. I haven't seen that level of pomp and circumstance really rolling out such an elaborate welcome with the fighter jets and the military bands, the Marine band playing, officers on horseback carrying the Saudi and American flags that we showed you, the fighter jets, the flyby in V formation. Wow. So President Trump is expected to, by the way, sign some big business deals here. And then apparently they'll hold usually they're seated at the White House and then they'll hold kind of an informal news conference. We'll see. We'll see what happens with that one. So we got all that going on. And Dan's showing it again. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful day for it. It's brisk. I don't know.
Hey, speaking of brisk.
Yes.
You want a Kristi Noem watch?
Oh, my gosh.
Is
she in Alaska?
Looking for America's Arctic sovereignty.
This is what brings us here today. To thrive in the Arctic, we need icebreakers. But if we're going to get those icebreakers that we need to secure our supply chains, and we need to invest in bringing our manufacturing back here home to our American shores.
It's nice with all the noise and everything. She's still getting work done, right?
Well, I mean, she's getting things done.
Yeah.
So she's trying to do what in the Arctic? What's the goal?
They want to create a long-term, well-paying job path for American workers while strengthening the defense of America's Arctic sovereignty. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what that is? When we talk about AI and we talk about those rare earth minerals, that's what I
reading between the lines. I love
because she's doing a good job. I don't think that because in the news business, if a news reporter, especially if you're a network news reporter, and you get reassigned to the Arctic, it's basically the cold death of your career. So, Trump was just praising her the other day. So I don't think she's in career trouble or anything like that. But I think that basically we know that rare earths in the Arctic and as well, not for nothing, but a lot of fuel because they're opening that up.
Yeah.
So that's what I see. It's going to be an interesting afternoon, and that's the beauty of being live and local all day long because we've got it all covered. Even though, Dan Borowski, I didn't even get in the past 2 hours to cover the McDonald's Summit. So my son, Michael, he's at Penn State Abington, and we watched that together. He's like, Mom, really? We're watching Trump together. But it was, I get a kick out of it. So
and
we
expressing his love to, fillet of fishes and such. I did. It was a great press.
Filet of fish.
Yes, yeah.
With the extra sauce.
Does Dom Giordano eat the filet of fish?
Would Dom?
He doesn't do fast
because
food much,
you wouldn't do the beef, but would you do the fish?
Oh no, it's probably even worse. I mean, it's amazing that Trump can even walk, given the dietary, if it's true, and I think it is.
Yeah,
when it comes to this,
beautiful, hard work, and happy family sitting down.
No jogging for the president.
No matter who you are, everyone loves something at McDonald's. There's always something to have. I like the fish. I like it.
Speaking of the jogging, it reminded me Vicente Fox, the president of Mexico, Dawn. I got friendly with that one a couple times, and we were talking about health and jogging. He goes, jogging. That's what we have horses for in Mexico. So,
my kind of guy.
These guys not exactly fit. Dawn, we're going to talk about the real ID part. How did this terrorist ending up in Kansas, Josh Shapiro, get his truck driver license, CDL, and also he got real ID.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I don't even have the real ID yet.
The pain of that. Yes, right.
The lines.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? That's
a terrorist,
crazy.
step right up. Here's your real ID.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
And huge congratulations. We announced it earlier this morning, but December 9th, Tuesday, for your big Pints and Politics upcoming. Congrats.
Yes, and we're going to see if Scott Jennings will take a shot. I think I can get it.
Good luck with that.
Who was the biggest drinker, do you think, Dawn, out of all the people we have? I was going to ask that today.
Nick Cale.
Oh, that's true, yes. But I meant for the guest. I mean, Rand Paul was talking about bourbon tours and all. Maybe Rand Paul was.
Maybe him.
Yeah.
He doesn't strike me as...
Did you drink some bourbon with Rand?
Oh, yes, and I wanted to spit it out, but I couldn't. Yes. Yeah.
Your drink sucks, Rand.
Yeah.
You did swallow, for the record.
I swallowed. Yeah, I did. Yes.
Woo.
Yeah.
Glad I'm not talking to girls on the air.
Yeah.
It's a whole different.
Yeah.
Dom Giordano, great Dom show just ahead.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rules stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. Is this an unfair headline? Oh, come on, Dom, it is, but I don't care. I'm glad the Pennsylvania GOP has this up on Twitter. Headline, Shapiro issued CDL to known terrorist. Yes! Where's the Philadelphia Inquirer? Where are all these people telling him, you got to get that real ID? Remember the panic I was in? I was going to Charleston, and I was not prepared. My passport had expired. I'm thinking, uh-oh. About 6 weeks out, the timeline crunch. I had to go to a special service, but I did not go and get that real ID. And think about it. If you're one of the people that went to that pain and misery, you were calling me then, feel free to call now and unload. You went through all that because the real ID, oh my God, if you don't have the real ID, the country is going to be imperiled. Yet Pennsylvania gave not only the CDL with one of these CDL mills and PennDOT to this guy wanted for terrorism in another country, hauling 18-wheeler in Kansas when ICE caught up with him. And the Inquirer doesn't think this is a big story at all from Uzbekistan. And this guy, thanks to Josh Shapiro's watch, who did it, when did they do it, why, not only got the CDL, but got a real ID. How did he get a real ID? He's here illegally. He's a terrorist, most likely, wanted for that, etc. How? Weren't we told that, hey, you got to go through this, Dom. Stop telling people they don't have to do it. We want people to have real ID. Once again, proving that this is mainly a bureaucracy set up to bother the law-abiding Americans versus somebody who somehow or another skirted the system. So Greg Rothman, and Henry, if you can just hit up his office, not today, tomorrow, he's calling for a full investigation. I know we have Martina, but I think this has gone national now. Is the Inquirer going to ask Josh Shapiro how did this happen? Is Josh Shapiro moving heaven and earth? Is this like a 10-alarm fire, whatever the highest number is? Don't you think it should be? Here's Sean Duffy on, I think, with Maria Bartiromo. Duffy talking about how widespread this issue is, these maniacs on our roads with 18-wheelers. Here's what he said.
Secretary, this ICE situation, ICE arresting a man from Uzbekistan earlier this month while he was driving a commercial truck in Kansas. DHS says this 31-year-old Akwar Bozorov was led into the country by Joe Biden's administration. He was wanted in Uzbekistan in 2022 for alleged ties to terrorism. He was granted work authorization in the United States in early 2024. His commercial driver's license was issued in Pennsylvania. And the photo that DHS released even shows him having a real ID, Secretary. You've gone after California for issuing 17,000 commercial driver's licenses to illegals. Is it time to federalize CDL certifications? What are you doing here? And I mean, it's just astounding to me that someone who was tied to terrorism in Uzbekistan actually got a license to drive a commercial vehicle in Kansas.
Yeah, so first off, it goes to show you that Joe Biden and his administration didn't do any background checks on who is coming into the country. They offered them asylum and they offered them work authorizations and then allowed them to go out and get commercial driver's licenses and operate on American roads, endangering American citizens. And so we have had new rules that have come out to say, you know what, we're going to tighten this up. If you come legally, you have a visa or you're coming from one state to another, you can get what's called a non-domiciled CDL. These are the licenses that these foreigners are using. But to tighten up the rules means we're going to have more safety on American roads. But you mentioned 17,000 from California. We think other states have also issued many illegally commercial driver's licenses. There were 200,000 non-domiciled CDLs issued to foreigners.
Wow.
We think 194,000 of them were issued illegally.
Oh my goodness.
And would not comply with our new rule. And so again, you've aired these crashes, Maria.
Yeah.
They're horrific. When people can't understand the English language, they can't read signs, and they don't know the rules of our road.
Terrible.
That's a problem. Americans aren't safe. And we also see that there's CDL mills, commercial driver's license mills, where people aren't being properly trained. They're being pushed through, getting licenses, and then again driving across the country.
Unbelievable.
If I can make one last point, Maria, it's driving American truckers out of business.
Good point.
And American trucking companies driving the wages down. That's not why we're taking this action, but that's a real consequence of having all these foreigners come in.
That's a great
point. What we're going to do is see those wages rise, and it's still a good paying job in America to be an American truck driver.
Secretary, let me.
All right, so we know about California now. All right, are we going to sound the alarm? What about here in Pennsylvania? How does this happen? All right, we know about Biden's party. Now, how about Shapiro? Now, the Inquirer is too busy writing an article today about how Josh Shapiro stayed at the table and solved the shutdown. They say the exceptionally popular governor. Oh, my God. All right, is there any sense of urgency? A maniac from Uzbekistan gets the CDL and the real ID. And he's wanted for terrorism in other countries. All right? What does it take? They don't want to have that set off. They don't want to talk about it because it brings into question the face of all these illegals in the country, what Biden did, and it also dings Josh Shapiro. If Josh Shapiro were someone who gets stuff done, wouldn't he be getting to the bottom of this? So Greg Rothman, Pennsylvania GOP, there's your headline. Shapiro issued CDL to known terrorist. Yeah, Shapiro really didn't, but I'm fine with the headline. I'm tired of this. You got to fight fire with these people. And Shapiro is just one of the worst examples. So how much of it's going on here in Pennsylvania? Is anybody going to go undercover? Now, late last night, after dinner anyhow, there were two representatives of ICE who said now they're not just going to go after people here illegally, they're going after the employers. The light bulb goes off finally. I mean, come on. It should have been happening early on. This is the way to get to the bottom of it, that people self-deport. If these employers are afraid of going to jail, maybe they're not going to continue this nonsense. Just a thought. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. Was thrilled to announce on the morning show today that Scott Jennings is coming to town. I've been talking to him today. I hope to get him on today or tomorrow. And Politics and Pints with him is going to be spectacular. Nobody's been a bigger hit this year, so much so that I think CBS wants to hire him. He would stay on CNN, but they want to do that too. There's a lot to talk about, a lot of fun with him. A lot of insight in that new book about President Trump and Elon Musk saving Western civilization. Get your tickets. You go to 1210WPHT.com right now. And the best thing, the best ticket, and it's very reasonable, based upon some of the prices we've had before for the meet and greet, meaning at 6 o'clock to 7 before we go on, we'll be hosting you backstage. You'll get to interact with Scott Jennings. You and I will talk. It's rare to get this type of opportunity with big guests like this. Now, which guest that I think would be the most partial to her politics and pints out of all? Not Nick Foles. Didn't seem like a drinker. Don Jr., I'm not sure. Rich had Jack Carr. Rand Paul told us about the Bourbon Tour. We're going to see what Scott Jennings, and added bonus, Henry. I have been picked to drive Scott Jennings out to Phoenixville with me.
Boy.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
When I get him there,
The Hail Marys.
when I get him there, he will say proudly that night, maybe on national TV if he's on that night, he's now a fan of using both feet to drive. I can see it coming. There'll be a pronouncement. Hold it. Before I answer that question of the stupid liberal over here, I want to tell you, Dom Giordano has hit upon something amazing. The 2-foot break.
No.
Yeah, exactly. I think Roe will be riding in the back seat. Then we're going to go off to dinner and then off to the show. So
all hanging on for dear life.
Tight schedule. He's going to broadcast. He's going to do his radio show from here, right down the hall.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's all set up. It's all falling into place. All you have to do is do your part. Jump in now. If you said, I heard that on the morning, couldn't get tickets, internet outage, you can go right now. Jump in, and you want to get the meet and greet. I'm telling you, you get the meet and greet, you get the book, front row seats. It will be a fabulous night. Love to see you there. The Colonial Theater, Phoenixville. We may revisit the gravy sauce debate that happened there. That was huge. I mean, me arguing with a guy from Rome about gravy and sauce. I don't care if you're from Rome. I'm from South Philly. Come on.
Who's the real authority here?
Yeah. What are you doing here? I don't like Rome anyhow. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. We're waiting on the Epstein vote. Should happen around noon. I'm 2 o'clock. So let's go to that live. We'll dip into that at 2 o'clock, and we'll get you a little flavor of it. Will Republicans go unanimous? And I could see some of the embarrassing stuff that will come out in these emails. It doesn't mean they're criminal or anything. For example, Jared Kushner inviting Epstein to a party for his newspaper in 2013. All of New York was there, the New York Observer, and it was Epstein and Harvey Weinstein.
Oof.
Yeah. I mean, wow. And a story of what a distorted, I'm just reading the news account of Drudge, distorted penis that Epstein had. Maybe that was...
him and Weinstein? Both of them?
Yeah, apparently both. There's a lot of distortion going on.
Great.
Yes,
yeah.
One other thing, too. Look, I know in the real world you got to deal with people. I don't like how far we've gone today with the Saudi crown prince and his crowd to be coming to the White House. You greet him, you do the thing, but this is as big as anything we've done for any foreign dignitary. These are killers. You got to deal with them. They're sitting on lakes and lakes of oil. I know Trump has gotten some stuff from them that's helpful in the Middle East. Okay. But seeing them just say, I mean, I can't even stand the golfers playing on their tour, let alone having to cater to these guys. And so don't forget, let me throw this sports story in, but it's not just sports. I'm critical of the NFL, rightfully so, but not on this. Jamar Chase, I think I haven't seen this year. I'm not getting into the weeds.
When he has a quarterback, he's good.
Yeah, he's one of the better receivers in the NFL. Arguably top 5 most years, something like that.
Top 3.
Yeah, I think he's that good. So he gets into it with Jalen Ramsey, who is past his prime, but still was an all-time player. And he spits. He doesn't hit him, but he spits in his direction. That spit is costing him a suspension. And one guesstimate we see here, we think it may be AI written, $500,000 or more. I mean, it's hard for me to tell exactly how much this will play out for. Good for the NFL. Could we all be on board with one thing? When you spit at someone, societally, Greg was mentioning this more. We're not formal enough. Not enough. I was shocked. It was Greg was the one that they, Dawn and Nick said, is always Mr. We're not formal and proper enough anymore. So spitting, though, has become a thing, not all the time. Jalen Carter, you may remember at the beginning of the year. Mm-hmm. When you spit, the whole world should say, that's it. This is so unacceptable. I don't know that I don't think I would throw him out for the year. But I consider it that you're sending a message. You're not going to be spitting at people. Even with the violence, even with everything that goes on, the spitting thing is something that we're not going to tolerate. Seems to be that's what the NFL is saying here in some measure, because I watched it. I don't think he hit him or anything like that. And the other player was enraged and attacked him. And I support that. Now, you got to deal with it. He physically attacked him, and I get it. But if someone spits at you, I think it's no holds barred. I'm going, yeah, you really did punch him there, but okay, go back and play cornerback. If you get spat at, whoever does that, that's it. That's a pretty substantial penalty, even for people that make a lot of money. That's not like 20 grand to them is chump change. That's a pretty good amount of money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember anything quite like this for something like that. So good. All right, here's how you get in right now. 855-839-1210. Let me give you the side question. Today is the date of the Jonestown, Jonestown mass suicide, mass death. Drink the Kool-Aid. Amazingly, the people did. That's why we got that expression about drinking the Kool-Aid, right? So Jim Jones, and you're thinking, how in the world did this guy get poor people from San Francisco to leave the ghetto and end up in the middle of a desolate jungle? He was good. When you saw him preaching, you saw the stuff that he did. He had that style. He had the eyes. He had the magnetism, as crazy as it is to do it. So we are looking for the all-time fraud, all-time con man, all-time pulling the wool over the eyes in any way, shape, or form. You can take it where it doesn't just have to be an individual. It can be some kind of incident. It can be real or it could be fictional. I'd say The Wizard of Oz is my fictional one, as an example. Both before and then after, he gives all kind of phony stuff, and they go, hey, he's a great wizard.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here. So I'll start with The Wizard of Oz. Henry, how about yours?
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So one of my favorite movies to watch around Christmas time, because they always end up meeting each other on Christmas, is Catch Me If You Can, which tells the story of Frank Abagnale.
Yep.
Frank was a con man who started his way in high school, conning people to get checks. We'll say that much. He made himself out to be as a pilot so he could cash airline checks. He made himself out to be a doctor so he could get a job in a new town when the cops started catching up with him. Bunch of things. Moved out to Montrichard, France, and was just printing fake checks there. And the best part about this whole story was that it was a lie. Right. The story itself was its lie itself. So not only did he con people,
he didn't exist?
So no. Frank Abagnale is a very real person.
Okay.
Very real person. Still alive today. He's 77 years old. His story that is told in the movies, obviously, done up a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, and some things did happen.
Right.
But it has been proven now that, a large part of his story isn't exactly accurate. So he conned people back in the day, got a movie made about his life conning people, and then after that movie came out years and years later, he was like, you know what? That was a con too. So, I mean, this guy is everybody fooled. He's going to come out in another 10 years and say, oh, that wasn't true either.
DiCaprio played the son.
DiCaprio played Frank Abagnale, yes.
He played the son.
No, he played Frank Abagnale.
Oh.
I mean, the son, technically, he's the main character, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, the father
was Christopher Walken.
Right. Who was Abigail?
They were both Frank Abagnale. Frank Abagnale Sr. and Jr., but
exactly,
Leo's the main character.
Okay, right. All right, Kirk, how about yours?
I hope this counts because this really fooled me, and he pulled the wool over my eyes. So growing up in high school, there was this kid that we're good friends with, and all the ladies were adore him. He wore jewelry. Didn't think much of it. Come to find out years later, what I know now, didn't do that. The man's gay.
Okay.
So
right.
I guess that is fooling people. Going from a womanizer, yeah.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Ed, the trucker Derr, just texted me on this thing. It says every driver needs a pass DOT medical card when each state must report to the federal government. Already falls under the federal regulations. That's what he contends. Duffy's saying, no, we got to do more of this. Not only that, how does he get the real ID? Who did it? And the real problem here is this. Places like the Philadelphia Inquirer, Josh Shapiro, etc., this isn't like a major thing to them. Oh, my God. Real ID. Just think of all the pain. Remember what you went through to get the stinking real ID. Remember all that? Everybody worried. And yet somehow or another, a terrorist, Uzbekistan, gets the CDL and the real ID. How? Shouldn't this not immediately, not after breakfast, Shawshank Redemption, now, right now, we ought to be getting to the bottom, a point by point, for once, who did what here or didn't do what? And how are we going to close that hole? All right, 855-839-1210. You can get in, hit us on the side. We'll talk to Martina White from Northeast Philadelphia about Josh Shapiro and about this whole thing in PennDOT and what's going to happen. And we have Eric Rowe coming on the show from Chester County, the commissioner. An update. Are they ever going to name who's going to investigate them? Will the turkey be here first? Maybe by Christmas. These saps out there in Chester County, they're going to forget about it. They don't care about this debacle. Couldn't this be decided in 5 minutes? Who's in charge? What did they do? Next, who was the assistant? Who did what? Case closed. What should the penalty be? Is this a big mystery? Does this require months and months of investigation? No, it requires competency. And that's what they're not doing. All righty, 855-839-1210.
Investors love to celebrate the market hitting record highs, but forget just how fast the market can drop to record lows.
Robert Turpak, I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. Today, when I look at the stock market, it's doing very well right now, but the stock market always crashes and you lose money. Crash Proof Retirement gives me a wonderful peace of mind. I don't have to worry about the stock market going up and down. In 2025, I was earning 6%. I never lose that 6%. None of the vehicles have any kind of hidden fees or any upfront charges. I've never lost any money. I have positive returns and I have no trouble falling asleep at night.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events at Springfield Country Club, December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Just a reminder, now at Rescue Natural Supplements, take advantage of the huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs. For over 40 years now, Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, and patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being and get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483 for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
Where's your holiday spirit, Betty?
Oh, I just don't know what to get my grandchild for Christmas this year.
Well, that's a cinch. Get the Grinch.
The what now?
The silver Dr. Seuss Grinch coin from Rare Collectibles TV. A very special gift they won't even believe.
What a wonderful gift that I ever could find. A rare collectible coin. Now I've made up my mind. I even said it in rhyme.
Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the lasting gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com. DrSeussCoins.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker to plug 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. The head of the American trucking industry, one of their groups, says this whole thing with this Uzbekistani terrorist alleged is beyond the trucking industry, represents a profound national security crisis. Of course it does. And immediately, any journalist ought to be saying, whoa, remember the pain people went through with the stinking real ID? And we're told, you got to have it now. That's it. This is going to protect America. So this guy who's here illegally, you got everybody in the world looking for him, Uzbekistan, and he wants to get the ability to drive an 18-wheeler on top of it. He's staring you right in the face. Yeah, give him a real ID. Come on. Wouldn't you like to be there when this guy applies for the real ID? Does he even speak English? It appears to be very, very unclear. Did somebody, help him through the process, so to speak? There has to be, on stuff like this, a second by second by second detail. I don't know if there's footage, if it's taped or whatever. I'd be looking for that first. That's why people get upset. Why I'm upset. You had to go through the real ID. Remember, I had people calling in who said they were demanded, they had to have it, they were almost crying. And he went there, and they didn't have this piece of paper. Okay, this is what we do to American citizens. But a clown from Uzbekistan, not only that, doesn't that jump out at you? Country, Uzbekistan, oh, what's it like in you? No English. Just give me let me go and drive a truck into a building, and let me have that real ID while I'm here. How does that happen? Media, incurious, to put it mildly. All right, I'm seeing a lot on Twitter. I don't know if Kirk propelled this on the fraudulent thing. Yeah, I admit, I was surprised when Rock Hudson was out with the AIDS thing.
Yeah,
Several people put that down.
Yeah,
So,
that was a shocker too.
Exactly,
right.
exactly. But yeah, it is sometimes shocking. It's a pretty not well-known secret, and when it happens, like, wow, I wouldn't have suspected that. So we're looking, Jim Jones, Jonestown, the Kool-Aid. Hard to believe everybody would agree to do that. Something fraudulent, real or fictional, like the Wizard of Oz. You heard Henry's too. That's a good one. That's based on reality, but it's got a little bit of a twist to it. In any way, shape, or form, get in on that. We're waiting for the big vote. I think President Trump is going to speak first. Should be within an hour and a half. Did a show last night after my own, and guy we had on predicted it could be near unanimous. And I think that's good. I think that's where we want to be. I think that's how we're going to move forward after all this. And the mystery of mysteries is, why in the world would President Trump have been pushing back on this? You heard O'Reilly yesterday saying, well, he doesn't want to harm some people who only had tangential connection to Epstein. and they're going to be mentioned, and you're going to see what happens in that. I think some stuff's going to be redacted. There'll be a fight over that. But finally today, we start to move toward closure. There is a billboard for the victims up on 95 near Bensalem. And during Monday Night Football, there was a PSA paid for, I believe, with the victims showing them when they were younger and now, and demanding justice. So everything is set for this big vote. And we hopefully will see almost unanimous. All right, let me go to David. Lexington, South Carolina on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, David.
Hey, Dom, how y'all doing?
Good.
You know, I've actually got to come clean. I've been a fraud all this time. I'm actually from New York City. I just kind of fake it with the accent.
Well, that's very well played. I wouldn't have get. And do you do down homeisms like North Charlie? That's all fake too.
I do.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I've got one today that's synonymous with being a fraud. I mean, this is a term.
Yep.
I probably use this several times a year. This comes from 1783 when Catherine the Great was touring Crimea. So Gregory Potemkin came along and made these facades of buildings to make it look prosperous and everything was doing great and everything. But all they were facades of the buildings. This was called a Potemkin village.
Yes, and the New York Times popularized it in the early 30s when Stalin had his guys show him an entire Potemkin village. And then,
right.
That was like a half block long. Meanwhile, he was murdering 30 million people. Yeah, that is a great one.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks. I used it when Philadelphia was doing a convention here or whatever and cleaned stuff up and hid stuff and took the homeless out of there. It's a Potemkin village. It's not really like that. That's a good one. That's outside the box. That's what we're looking for today. 855-839-1210. That's how you can jump on board. We're going to talk to Martina White. What are Republicans doing on this Uzbekistanian guy? And we're going to talk to the commissioner out there in Chester County. When are they going to give us somebody that's going to be the party investigating them? But I'm looking at the Saudi Crown Prince. And again, I understand within limits, you have to deal with the world's repellent people. But the Saudis, to me, are in the top 5 list. I don't know if it's the Live Golf or not. Maybe it's the bone saw in their embassy. And maybe little things like that, might be something. How's that bone saw gone back there? But we know what they are. We know what they still do in their own country. Dealing with them, I get. I just wouldn't gush so much here. That's part of it, Dom. Come on now. They're sitting on oil. They can do whatever they want. They are repellent. 855-839-1210. All right. A lot more calls coming up. Hit us on the side. And if you got the real ID, or did you take my advice and wait? Maybe it's not as crowded now. I'm still not going to get. I have the passport. That worked effectively. But I was all prompted, Henry. I think I told you I had the route. I was going to Norristown to get the real ID because I wasn't sure the passport was coming in. Can you imagine what I'd be thinking now? And the Uzbekistanian guy. Uzbekistan, head of the line, terrorist over here. How in the world? You didn't get it either, right? You avoided.
No, I'm waiting until my ID's up.
And Kirk, how about you?
I got the
real
TSA.
ID?
Yeah, I had the real ID. Yep.
How bad was the process?
Easy, very easy.
Yeah, I think it's fine now. It's just when you were pressing for it, everyone was pressing for it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. The bat light is going off here in the studio, so I'm not sure what that's about. 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. As you know, Thanksgiving is one of the busiest travel times of the year. If you're hitting the road to see family, make sure your car is road ready for your trip, starting with tires. Right now at United Tire, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your car needs. Brakes, oil change, inspections, you name it. Before you hit the highway for your Thanksgiving trip, make sure your car is ready for the ride. So stop by United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
Fall is in the air.
The leaves are turning, the games are on, and love is in season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. This family-owned jeweler has been helping couples for 35 years with stunning rings, expert guidance, and custom in-house designs. And when it comes to the perfect ring, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, State Representative Martina White with us. And again, in Philadelphia, are we seeing, wow, look at this. I mean, we were the ones saying the real ID, the cornerstone, we have to do all this stuff. Philadelphia Inquirer, it's your duty. And CDL licenses and Uzbekistani terrorists, maybe ICE is doing some good. Maybe that's why they don't want to talk about it. Or is it their buddy Josh Shapiro? Republicans calling for a full investigation. Let's go to Representative White on Talk Radio 1210. Martina, welcome in. What's the mood in Harrisburg on this?
Hey, Dom. Thanks for giving me a call about this. Look, Harrisburg is really frustrated. You know, under the Biden administration, they allowed for this man to get a driver's license through the Pennsylvania, motor vehicle department. And, Shapiro is a culprit in that. I think that what it comes down to is that I'm really grateful that we have a new administration that can actually address some of these concerns, and that ICE is taking these types of terrorist organizers off of our streets. It's wild that it even happened to begin with.
Yeah, and Greg Rothman is headlining that and calling for an investigation for once. I mean, it shouldn't take too much, right? You go to the place where he got it. I think there's even footage of that if it was recent. Or you talk to the people there, you look at the paperwork, who signed off, why did they? And Martina, you were probably fielding in your office, I know I was here, a lot of people complaining about Real ID, how brutal it was to get it. And yet this guy had Real ID also.
Yeah, I know. Real ID is to ensure that people are here legally, right? And unfortunately, under the Biden administration, even with those parameters in place, they gave this guy, I guess, some sort of special permission to be here. And so he got through the system. It's unbelievable. And you got Josh Shapiro, who just allowed for him to get a CDL here in Pennsylvania. So this is just a problem all the way around with how the Democrats operate. And we need to have reforms. We need to have better leadership. And luckily at the federal level we do, because at least at the federal level you have people who support our law enforcement, who are trying to protect our communities from individuals like this man who obviously had very, very bad intentions and was willing to recruit into a terrorist organization and potentially harm Americans.
Is there any move to take a look, or maybe they have in the past, CDL mills? In other words, these trucking companies who are skirting the law at best. And Martina, I mean, I think this is where the employers come in and the enforcement of people here illegally. ICE has said that's what they're going to do next. If you're knowingly hiring a lot of people that are here illegally, you're violating the law also.
Yeah, I think so. Basically, there's definitely going to be bills that are going to be put forward to address some of the CDL issues. There's no reason why this man should have received a CDL. I know there's been a lot of conversations around, can the individuals speak English who are transporting goods across state lines, across county lines, with these big, large vehicles on our highways. But separate of that, the leadership team in the House Republican caucus has issued a letter in asking for a full investigation into this between I believe, Dave Sunday, our Attorney General, as well as our Auditor General, Tim DeFore, to really take a look into what step-by-step process occurred and why did this happen here in Pennsylvania, and how do we prevent it from happening in the future?
Yeah, if it's Biden and they just tell PennDOT, you just got to give whatever to this guy, that should be pretty public. And that's where a Josh Shapiro, who sticks his nose in everything else, you think would say, no, we don't. That PennDOT is going to follow the laws. We're just not going to move people through the line without knowing their background. You think somebody at PennDOT would say, should I do this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe Shapiro should do a TikTok about it, but I don't, I don't think we're going to get much out of him in terms of reforms. He, doesn't do much unless the legislature kind of forces his hand. And we did that with our budget, as we spoke about previously. But this is obviously a safety concern. This has to do with national security and the idea that our citizens are being subjected to a potential terrorist threat because of the availability of a CDL driver's license and the federal, under the Biden administration, not catching this guy and actually allowing him to get it is really mind-boggling to me, for sure.
Martina, what's next? I know we're in the throes of the end of the year and all that, but either now or when we pick up again in January, what are we going to see? Are we going to see another attempt on the Fairness in Women's Sports bill, that whole thing?
Oh, yeah, Dom. We're not letting up on that issue. We've had a lot of movement in terms of our policy being, the Democrats moving the policy around through committees and, not letting it come up for a House floor vote. But the House Republican caucus is going to continue to pursue the issue. We believe that young women deserve fairness in sports, and we're going to continue to advocate. But even more than that, we are going to, I think in the new year, going to see a whole plethora of Republican initiatives being put forward. I think you're going to see a lot more help for small businesses. We're going to see more school choice initiatives coming forward, and hopefully the governor can get on board, because honestly, we're missing out on those federal dollars that that the administration put out for school choice. It's $1,700 per student in scholarship dollars that could be made available to families today for them to send their kid to the school that works best for them. But unfortunately, because Governor Shapiro has yet to opt into it, Pennsylvania is missing out on almost over $100 million in federal money. So I'm disappointed in that, and I think you're going to see a big push in the new year.
That's exactly right. The governor decides. So will Governor Shapiro decide, or Governor Matt Bradford say, no way? And that money is no strings attached. It has nothing to do. You guys had to vote in $650 million more dollars to public education, the compromise to get rid of Reggie. So how in the world are we not spending enough on education at this point?
Yeah, I mean, we've spent billions. I mean, during even the Wolf administration, I think it was almost annually, we put $1 billion more into public education funding, and we have yet to see the outcomes that we need to see for our young minds and our students out there. When you give families and parents the ability to choose the option, the educational option that works best for them, first of all, they're even more engaged in their child's educational future, and that says a lot. But secondly, you have better outcomes because of it. And so when we are able to make school choice available to families, more scholarship dollars available to parents so that their students can go, again, to those educational opportunities that work best for them, it's a game changer. It's a total game changer. And by the way, it's even cheaper for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to invest in those types of scholarship dollars, because the parents are also putting up and investing in their own child's education too.
Exactly. Yeah. Again, Philadelphia Inquirer, whether he says yes or no, he ought to say something now. What's the big mystery? Doesn't need any more information. All the information is out there. I know it. You know it. He knows it. Is it yes or no?
in terms of this federal education program?
Yeah. I mean, we have.
Oh
the
yeah, I mean it's really as simple as that. It's just an opt-in provision. Pennsylvania can opt in.
There you go.
And the $1,700 per student. I think it's up to $1,700 of a tax credit directly to families, so that they can use those dollars to go to the school that works best, to send their kid to the school that works best for them. Why we're not doing that, it's very unfortunate. I was hopeful to have it be part of this budget discussion, but it looks like it's going to have to go into next budget discussion. But in the meantime, it's over $100 million that Pennsylvanians are missing out on. And I know we can do better. We need better leadership. And hopefully Stacey Garrity is going to be that person.
Exactly. Martina, thank you. Have a great Thanksgiving. Thanks for coming on today.
You too. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Representative Martina White. So Greg Rothman, the head of the GOP, moving on this full investigation. You heard what she said, too. It's a family struggling. They want to get out of these rotten public schools. All Shapiro has to say is yes on this. Doesn't take away any money from it's the big, beautiful bill. How many times have we talked about this? All he has to do is say yes. Where's the pressure to get an answer to any of these things? And they're not going to. I've never seen a political figure, at least locally, statewide, whatever, that the Philadelphia Inquirer and anyone I'm on Inside Story, they just gush over this guy. And every time I hear the gushing, I react as completely as I can the other way. He is such a chameleon, such a fraudulent figure up and down the line. Really is. And yet, he is 1, 2, or 3 going to be their nominee. All right, phone lines. A lot of people want to get in. Did you go through real ID hell? And yet this guy gets a pass? Didn't anybody say anything? How did he get a pass? Does he speak English? I'm telling you, I think it's very suspect. And just the nerve of it. Yeah, Uzbekistan, terrorists, no English. Give him an 18-wheeler. Now, the Inquirer doesn't want to praise ICE for stopping this. They don't want to get to the bottom of it. They want to lecture the average American about being a patriot, pay more taxes, more paperwork. I hate the bureaucracy and the stuff you have to do because I know in the end, it's not really protecting us. You know what protects us? Stopping guys like this. You know what protects us? Not electing Democrats, not electing a single one of them. You want to protect people tomorrow, don't vote for any one of them under any circumstance. At best, they're going to enable lawlessness. At worst, they're going to be Larry Krasner or Josh Shapiro. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hey, empty nesters, are you seeing price-reduced signs popping up all over? If your home isn't priced right or staged to shine, it's going to sit for months. Diane Giordano has been helping homeowners avoid those dreaded price cuts for years. She's got the tricks of the trade to make sure your home sells fast in days for top dollar. Right now is the time to get your list of the low-cost fix-ups. These really work wonders for your 2026 sale and a copy of her new book, The Smooth Sale Method. She'll be signing copies at the Abington Firehouse on November 25th between 9 and 5 p.m. I'll be there around 4. She'll also be giving away those free apple and pumpkin pies to our listeners. So before you slap a for sale sign on your lawn, come to Diane's book signing pie event and get a free copy of her Smooth Sale Method book and a free pie. She has apple or pumpkin. What, Diane? No cherry? Come on now. That's the independent version. What's more popular for Thanksgiving, Henry? Do you say apple or pumpkin? I say pumpkin.
It's got to be pumpkin, yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be. These apple people are probably sauce people. That's what I'm thinking.
I am those apple people. Watch it.
Oh, God, a sauce guy. Diane says, don't miss this. RSVP at getfreepie.com, getfreepie.com, or call 215-576-8666. It is free. We'll see you there at the Abington Firehouse.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, time to your Giordano show. Welcome in. Don't forget, if you didn't hear this morning with me, with Nick and Greg and Dawn, that the guy, and we're going to put together a montage of his favorite takedowns of progressives on CNN. Scott Jennings, Coming to Town, Politics and Plaints, brand new book. He just got it signed yesterday in the Oval Office by President Trump, who stars in the book along with Elon Musk. We'll have a lot to talk about with him, too, including, does he practice that face that he does? When one of them says something, it gets him nuts.
He does
Is
it
that
in
a
the mirror?
natural face? Does he do it in the mirror? I've been trying to I'm going to try to imitate him that night. I don't know if we can. But I'll be his designated driver, too. Not because of alcohol, just because of the station's inability to I'm happy to drive him out. We're going to do dinner before, et cetera. I thought Henry volunteered for it, but said, no, he's busy with other duties.
Not sure you want me driving Jennings around in my Honda CSX, you know.
Well,
not sure it's a luxury car for him.
I have the Focus, so I'm going to have to do some refurbishment. And then I have the 2-foot problem. Will he comment on that? Dom, I see that's what you're doing. Do you think he'll be a gentleman? And will you ask me about that? He will ask. He won't.
He's absolutely going to ask. Yeah.
Not to mention, how's the pineapple working out for him as far as his...
yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
I recommended it for Greg this morning, too.
Yeah.
Now, Greg is the 11th person in the media I've directly told take the pineapple juice.
There's a list now.
And most of them, yeah, well, Jim Jordan, when he almost was speaker, had that giant thing of pineapple juice in the picture they sent us.
Holy crap.
People do listen to it. It cuts it.
Yeah.
You water it down a little bit, it cuts it. That's the only thing I can tell you. Greg was reduced to drinking hot water this morning, so I don't know.
Yuck.
That's that might move it a little bit, too. Bo's in Levittown. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bo.
Hey, Dom, let me tell you about my wife and the Real ID.
Okay.
Talk about a pain. First of all, she was born in Trenton, so I had to pay a VIG to get her birth certificate from Jersey. Then I thought, okay, I have the Holy Roman Catholic Church marriage certificate. That should be good enough. And then, of course, she went there. She goes, you idiot, we have to have the one from the county. So they charged me another VIG. So that by the time it was done, she goes, I'm just using my passport. But I said, nah, we're going through with this. You're getting it. I got it. It was, for me, it was easy. But for her, it was difficult.
For
and then all the
name change with women. Yeah.
And then all the juice I had to pay to get all the extra stuff, too, added to the cost.
Exactly.
And then they charge you like another $55 to get it.
Exactly right. And here this guy sachets in and says, Uzbekistan, next. Can you imagine?
Hey, Dom,
you're sitting there and they call this guy, Kakamimi, a name, but Uzbekistan. He walks up, yeah, that's me. You're out.
My
You
God.
got it.
Here's what they got to do. They got to go through every CDL license that was issued in the Commonwealth during the Biden and Shapiro administrations, and they need to profile. They need to take a look at all of these and see who they were issued to. It should not be a difficult process, and I hope Martina's listening.
No, that's exactly right. They should be able to do it in a day without a doubt.
So I don't have an answer for the side question, Dom. I'm sorry.
Well, Bo, you have a great Thanksgiving. Thanks. Sorry you had to go through that with your wife. There was added cost, time. People were calling in saying, Dom, do you think they'll let me use this or that? No, just be here illegally, be a terrorist, be driving a phony CDL license. And this just shows you the difference with talk radio and a lot of the rest of the media. It's happening right here in our backyard. If it happened, I would talk about it, mention it. Look at this in Kansas or the maniacs in California. How many more maniacs are out there now because of PennDOT, Biden, Shapiro, and the whole deal? So let's see if the Republicans can be aggressive enough on this. Are they really going to push it? I told you the headline on their Twitter, Josh Shapiro gave this guy, this terrorist, a license. Not exactly Josh standing there doing it, but his policies, his people, who knew what, when did they do it? Drill down, get the information that you can by any means that you can. You have access to it. Sue them at every level. Demand media coverage, hold news conferences. Come on here, and we'll keep it going. Same thing at 1:30. We're going to talk with the minority commissioner out in Chester County. We were told yesterday they would have whoever the third party is that's going to investigate. Also, I believe they violated the law, Linda Kearns, if you're listening, by just saying we're going to count all these ballots, even though they messed up the security envelope and all that, because these people were disenfranchised. Well, you did it, but that vote shouldn't count. I'm sorry, but it shouldn't, because if Democrats can count those votes, they're going to use that in court to say, all right, we did it in this. Why can't we do it in general? That's what they're looking to do. And that is how many days ago? We're into 2 weeks now since they did this debacle. Have they made a move on it? No, not really. They're stonewalling. They're slow walking. They're saying Thanksgiving, they'll forget about it. Giordano's crazy. They won't listen to that. Come on. All right, phone lines. 855-839-1210. I see a great one that involves a bike. It's an all-timer. You may want to jump on that. As far as a confidence man, a fraud, big-time fraud, that I even supported, went to war for, and I was like, oh, my God. 855-839-1210.
Gold is around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 30 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening now through Friday the 21st in Broomhall, Chestnut Hill, and St. David's. Gold is hot right now, so don't wait. Call 609-781-6559. Visit estatesroadshow.com for locations. That's estatesroadshow.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
This season, everyone deserves a little more, and Mazda delivers with the extended driving range of the CX-50 Hybrid, so you can spend more time together. Standard all-wheel drive in every Mazda CUV, including the CX-5, and room to bring everyone with 3-row seating in the CX-90. Find more reasons to celebrate the season at the Mazda More to Move You sales event.
Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester or Reading for financing as low as 0.9% APR for 60 months on select models. Shop online at piazzamazda.com.
Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Yeah, it is Dom time. Welcome in. So we think there's going to be the big vote on Epstein at 2 o'clock today. Here's a little bit of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I proudly rise today in a bipartisan effort to release the Epstein files finally, after 5 administrations have covered it up. Earlier today, I attended the press conference where the survivors, they're not victims, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse and sex trafficking told their stories. And they told stories about how it started back in 1991, 1996, and they continued on through the decades. And they told stories about how they told someone and tried to get help. They told the FBI and they weren't listened to. And they told law enforcement and no one did anything. And these women don't just number a few. These women number around 1,000 women. And they are victims of something that's unthinkable. And this should have never, ever happened. This was the biggest fight I think I've seen in Washington, D.C. This is my 5th year here. And this was a fight that we should have never had to wage. It should have been the easiest thing for every single member of Congress. It should have been the easiest thing for the Speaker of the House. It should have been the easiest thing for the President of the United States to release all the information, every single file, on behalf of these American women. These American women aren't rich, powerful elites. They do not have someone paying for their airline tickets or paying for their trips or paying for their expenses every time they try to do something to get this information out. These are your average Americans. And you want to know what the Epstein files represent? The cover-up represents to average Americans. It represents the failures of the federal government and Congress to the American people. And that is what people rose up about in 2020.
Okay. There's Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, of course, Scott Jennings were here. He pointed out the other night when this started with her that there was a private poll. She wants to run against Ossoff, the Democrat in Georgia, for the Senate. And it showed her 20 points behind Trump's senator. So there's antagonism over that. But what she's saying there is accurate. It's gone on this long. Joe of Columbus is on the line. He's next. And before we get his side question, he made mention, one of the most moving about the underlying story is the victims. I don't know that there are 1,000 of them. That number really surprised me. I hadn't paid notice. I thought maybe, a few dozen here and there. But if it's that vast, too, that's been underreported, that kind of number of young women that were involved with this. And again, Epstein was hiding in plain sight. He got nailed once. They slapped him on the wrist. He was back to doing it again until the final issue. And from the grave, he continues to be this source of antagonism. So why would it not be unanimous now for Republicans to vote this? Well, that'd be giving in to the Democrats. They could have done it. Look, you can stipulate that. But you got to do where you see fit. Is this about the victims or is it just about politics? Is there something embarrassing in here for God knows which people? The next battle, if we ever do get this tranche of information, is going to be the stuff that's redacted. Here we go. Is it national security or not? So she's right about a lot of things there. Despite some of her annex and some of the other stuff. Nancy Mace, the same thing, a lot of annex, but I think she is somebody who was attacked also and sees it that way and sees that this is what has to happen here. I'm going to bet that Mike Johnson does not vote to release the files. There might be one or two other Republicans who just won't do it under something that I think is not good for the party, not good for the country. Particularly after Trump said, yeah, let's get this over with. Let's move on with this. We've seen Martin Luther King. We've seen JFK. We see RFK and all that. Yeah. And there wasn't anything remarkably new. This is the one, though, where the heat is on for the reason I just stated. All right, let me go to Joe in Columbus. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Dom. Dom, I think you're right. Marjorie Taylor Greene is right, but she's formulating it in all the wrong way. She's basically creating her own Marjorie Taylor.
Okay.
There's no pun intended, but Marjorie Taylor Greene Island. She's making herself be the one who's hurt over this. Just once, I'd like to hear her say, there have been women, these women we don't even know of, that have been gravely injured by this.
Right.
But she's making about her and Trump, and it's stupid. It's very, very stupid and egocentric.
Yeah, it is that. And I told you that we know the backstory, too. She wants to run for the Senate. They're saying no, she'd get killed. And suddenly she goes this public with this. Mace, I think, is a little bit more legit, even though she's screwy at times, too, that she has been a victim herself. And there's a sensitivity attached to moving the story forward.
Yeah, and I just don't think you can overcalculate or overestimate the egos. I mean, whether it's her or John Kennedy Jr. showing everybody how they're lifting weights and doing reverse sit-ups in the gym, I don't care. None of us care about that. We don't. And, get to your job. Show us how you do your job.
Well, Joe, I'll give you a profile in courage in this, because he's a huge ally, as you know, of President Trump, and yet he was one of the first, and he didn't say anything aggrandizing himself, Jeff Van Drew, to vote to discharge, if you remember. He was one of the 4 or 5. Big ally of the president. He was sending a message to Trump, nope, you got to do this.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
He's one of the ones that it's working with the common sense. Put it that way.
Yep.
My side answer, and my dad was the most devout Catholic graduate of Villanova that you ever want to see, but he'd always screamed that wherever was an earshot of the family room to come over to the TV and say, "Look at this guy! Look at this guy!" You'd swear that Catholics are the Satan and not Satan himself. He's trying to take money away from other ministries and put it in his own coffers. And lo and behold, he gets caught with a prostitute. And then he goes back into his ministry and starts crying with his eyes looking up to heaven. I failed you. I failed you. And people start giving him money again. And he resurrects his ministry only to get caught with prostitutes a second time. And that's Jimmy Swaggart.
Yeah, I admired the annex. I thought he was the all-timer. The annex on the stage, the sweat, the tears, the whole thing. He had it all.
Oh, the body shakes. Come on.
Yeah. Yes.
And demons. It's just, and it's what I say all the time. You got to watch these ministries you could fall prey to, because, Satan's in the church because that's the opponent's team room. Satan reads the Bible. That's the opponent's playbook. Be careful on how, people come at you with their spirituality.
That's right. Thank you. Yeah, the Reverend Jimmy Swaggart, no fan of Catholics and others, and it was a money thing. Well, how about Tammy Faye, though, and Jim Baker? I mean, they were even more obvious. They might have even been bigger at that point. All right, I'm going to take one off the board, though. I should have in the beginning, but I gave a shot. Viking, Lance Armstrong. Just all I defended him and saying the French just can't beat this guy. You look at this, the cancer, the testicular cancer, and he still wins and kills him. And they couldn't break it, what he was doing. I forget how they did in the end, but he obviously was cheating big time and winning that. Just an all-time. I think he pretty much admitted it to Oprah Winfrey. But, I mean, I was defensive about that because it's like the French just can't beat this guy. Look at him. It's amazing what he's doing.
He's inspiring. He beat cancer.
Because of the
He's
cancer.
got the wristbands. Everyone's wearing them.
He's dating one of the Olsen twins, which was another moment.
That's scary and disturbing in itself.
Exactly, yeah. So it's 855-839-1210. That's what we're looking for. And, again, Marjorie Taylor Greene saying maybe 1,000 women. I'm not sure about that. I don't hear people now at this point complaining and saying, no, they shouldn't. Bill O'Reilly's the only one yesterday saying that. He's afraid some people are innocent. Their name's just going to be in there. We'll have to sort that out. But I think it's underway. Will they do it in the Senate? I think they're going to have to. And President Trump on record at this point, they watch for this. The thing that may happen is Pam Bondi may be under national security redacting a good bit of stuff. If they do that, if they're playing with that for whatever reason, that's going to be a big mistake. It's just going to prolong this. Even the Trump base is saying, no, it's time. What don't you understand? Let's get this over with and let's move forward. All right. Scott Jennings, I think, is on board with that, even though he's going after Marjorie Taylor Greene. Don't forget, not that far away. I mean, Thanksgiving's late this year, so we'll be in December. You want to get your tickets now. We just announced this morning, I'll be hosting Scott Jennings who I've admired. I've never met him in person. I just sent him an email when he started to rise at CNN. We've hit it off. He comes on routinely. He's probably going to be on this week. And he is the hottest guy out there. It's like the OK Corral on CNN on the 10 o'clock show. That's the main one he's on. But CBS is interested in him now. And that would be a coup for CBS to have somebody like that. Is it the face? Is it that he's mild-mannered but a killer argumentatively, night after night, whoever they bring in? You know, that show puts some wild people on there. They got people from the world of sports. They have like the son of this person or that person, and they all want to go after Jennings. This one guy in particular, I think, is like 21 or 22, and Jennings takes dead aim on that guy every time they're on. And the way they configure it is beautiful. They always had the person directly across rather than seated next to him.
As it should be.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I would do. Now he's really jousting with the host a lot. So it's Tuesday, December 9th, 7:30 p.m., the Colonial Theater, Storied in Phoenixville. We did an event there. Great places to eat. You can make it a night. The book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. He has unique access to President Trump and to Elon Musk in the book. So we'll have a lot to talk about, and I'm hoping we can put together a montage to show on the screen of maybe his top 10 moments of all this back and forth with every liberal in America with Scott Jennings. You know, they do a show, Outnumbered, on Fox. Be a great show. Scott Jennings in the center and 4 liberals around him. Would be kind of fun, particularly some of the females that are on there. You get your tickets. It's easy. Just go to 1210WPHT.com. There's 2 tiers. One, you get the book and the meet and greet. And that is a really good time. The last one I did was with Don Jr. over at the Scottish Rite. It was remarkable behind the scenes. You'll get that, or you just get your seat right there. It's a great facility. We had a fabulous night there. We're going to do it again. Roe coming to this one. December 9th, 7:30 p.m., 1210WPHT.com. More calls coming up, and we're going to talk to Eric Rowe, who's the commissioner, Republican commissioner, out in Chester County. What did they do so far? And did they count votes that they shouldn't have counted? I say they shouldn't have counted. The votes were illegal in that they didn't put them in the secure. They didn't follow the procedures. Yeah, but people were inconvenienced. I understand that. You still got to follow the procedures. And that's why something has to happen with Chester County as quickly as possible. 855-839-1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
CallEmmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You know, as the air gets cooler and we start spending more time at home, this is the perfect season to give your home a little love, especially the outside. You already know how much I trust Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They're family-owned. They've been serving our community for more than 30 years, and they truly care about every detail. This November, Chapman is giving you even more reason to start that home upgrade. 20% off new siding plus 24 months of interest-free financing. Terms and conditions apply. Whether it's refreshing your home's curb appeal with new siding, upgrading drafty windows and doors, or even replacing your roof, Chapman makes the process easy, seamless, and beautiful start to finish. They'll take the time to listen, explain your options, and deliver exceptional craftsmanship every time. That is the Chapman difference. Call them or text 610-431-8898. Visit ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Schedule your consultation today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Where's your holiday spirit, Betty?
Oh, I just don't know what to get my grandchild for Christmas this year.
Well, that's a cinch. Get the Grinch.
The what now?
The silver Dr. Seuss Grinch coin from Rare Collectibles TV. A very special gift they won't even believe.
What a wonderful gift that I ever could find. A rare collectible coin. Now I've made up my mind. I even said it in rhyme.
Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the lasting gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com. DrSeussCoins.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, haunting music, Braveheart, beautifully done. Absolutely. Yeah. 855-839-1210. William Wallace, he was 7 foot tall. That's probably Mel Gibson's greatest role, I think. All right. The education department. Now, think about how many years you've been listening. If you've listened to talk radio for 10 years or more, 15, whatever. How long we talked about the stupid education department. Really a middleman. All it did was 2 things. Launder money, but that ultimately would go to the state. And 2, be a convenient bully. Someplace where they had all the data, they could shoot things out and threatened all kinds of things, usually progressives doing this, to school districts if they didn't allow boys and girls bathrooms, and President Obama, too many minorities are being disciplined and suspended. Remember all that. Well, today they're about ready to announce in full, but they're moving several departments that are inside the Department of Education into other federal entities. The reason is this. Trump cannot unilaterally shut down the Department of Education. He can't by executive order. I mean, it's Congress that developed that. And rather than wait and try to get that going, and Democrats would fight to the death on that, what he is doing here is he's taking away any of the heft. You may see it on the door, Department of Education, but it doesn't matter. There's not going to be anything there. It's going to be cut off. It's going to be folded into something where they have control of it versus this being an entity that the Democrats can reincarnate. That's what the idea is. So I got to say, on the promises that Trump has made and kept, this is a big one. I know people don't want to hear it. Well, why can't he just get rid of it? It doesn't work that way. They created it. That would be the mechanism to make it extinct. Congress would have to do it. They're not going to do it. Democrats have enough to block that, essentially. But what you can do is destroy it from within. And I think they've learned that, and that's exactly what they're going to announce. I don't know the different parts of the agency, that 6 offices within the department would be shifted elsewhere. All right, up to 6, says the Inquirer, and it'll happen today. When that happens, then they're under control and they don't have the power that this Department of Education has had. And it's kind of coincidental, but maybe not, that ever since this has been in existence under Jimmy Carter, American education has done nothing but go downhill. It's not saying this is just the only element of it, but they presided over it. So at this point in time, that's what's happening. We have now no longer a Department of Education in any real sense. I think this is a masterstroke. You know, it's not as pleasing or as bold as just saying it no longer exists, knock down the building. You know, we don't have to worry about them. It's more, this is the way you have to do it. All right, side question today. This coming off Jonestown. We're looking for an all-time fraud, competence man, the Music Man, the Wizard of Oz. Could be real, could be fictional. All right, the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Earl.
Hey, Dom. Yeah, I've got a theory about Jeffrey Epstein, but you don't have 15 minutes to go through it, so I'll go through that another time. Hopefully I'm not stealing anyone's thunder on this. This is not my answer, but one fraud is the fact that they keep saying drinking the Kool-Aid. It wasn't Kool-Aid. It was grape Flavor Aid. I'm pretty sure the Flavor Aid people did a really good job at marketing, making sure that Kool-Aid got the blame for it.
Yeah, but I think it might help Kool-Aid. Let's get some Kool-Aid,
Totally.
kids. Yeah, I hear you.
But my answer is going to be, I'm going to go softball today, P.T. Barnum. But it gives me a chance to tell some stories. Barnum had the circus acts, the acrobats, the people with birth defects he could exploit. But he also made up things that didn't exist. He once took a monkey, cut it in half, sewed a fish to the bottom of it, and sold it as a mermaid.
Oh, my God. Ew. Oh, God. Well, that's a kind of disturbing factoid there, Earl. Thank you for that.
But he also had the sideshow where people would come and pay a nickel to go and look at the exhibits, and they wouldn't leave. So in order to sucker people to go and leave, he went and he put up all sorts of banners saying, see the great and incredible egress. And people would go to see what the egress was. Egress is Latin for exit.
Gotcha. Thank you, Earl. I was a little bit out there after the monkey thing, but okay. Yeah, P.T. Barnum is a very good one. A sucker born every minute. All right, so we think at 2 o'clock, given the pace of these things, the House will vote on the release of the Epstein files. Will it be overwhelming? And this is a long, long journey. By the way, with this stuff, with the Education Department being dismantled, the Trump administration is making noise again about essentially selling the $1.77 trillion in their portfolio for student loan debt to various private entities. Now, there are a lot of federal safeguards built in around this. And I would say over the years, if there's an issue that has to be brought to a head, and Dan and I used to go back and forth with this, Henry not as much has been calmer about it, that the student loan debt is just something where Democrats are essentially insisting, well, this is different than anything else. You shouldn't have to pay this. They don't want to say you were lured into it because of their allies, biggest allies in the big college industry. So what do they say? Well, they just skirt that part and they start looking for ways to say this is such a burden to people. And it is a burden. We've talked about this. This is one of the things that's hard to get out from under. In the last 10 years, it's been talked about. I'm sure Mondani talks about it. So watch for this. Now, the fear is suddenly people that are able to deal with this big debt, with the government controls that are in place, now would have private companies all over them. I still think there would be restrictions, protections, and the like, but it's now the portfolio's up to $1.77 trillion. And I still don't see the Republicans effectively prosecuting big college. On the woke stuff, they have a bit. But with me, it's more on the tuition. They have these ungodly endowments, and yet they're still charging unbelievable stuff propped up by what? Various government entities and various programs. $1.77 trillion sitting there, essentially in uncollected debt, is the way to look at this portfolio. So big day here. It's not so much grandiose. with the Department of Education. This essentially is blowing it up from within. And that's the only way you can do it. I commend them. Trump is following through on the promise. We're getting rid of the Department of Education. Even if that's a name on the door, Congress can make them do that. They can't make them, apparently, though, function. So it's a Potemkin village that we've been talking about. It doesn't function. It's not real. Also, watching, trying to get somebody on this coming out of Texas. When I was on the morning show today with Nick and Dawn and Greg, they were talking about more restrictions on marijuana, hemp, and various products with THC in them that was put into the shutdown bill. And Texas, the lieutenant governor, that Dan Patrick of Texas, apparently is the driving force with this. So we haven't talked about it in a while, but it seems to me that at least where we are right here, would Pennsylvania vote today? I'll ask Henry and Kirk, too, and then I'll give you mine. If it were on the ballot, say we were having another, before the end of the year, to legalize recreational marijuana, it won overwhelmingly. Even Ocean City, New Jersey voted for it, in Jersey. Henry, what would be your guess? Would it pass in Pennsylvania? Referendum on this?
I think 100% it would. Yeah. I think between kind of libertarians and then maybe Democrats alike, I think between those two coalitions, it would make it.
Kirk, what do you say?
I second that.
Okay. I wouldn't be so sure. I think this could go down to like a 1% one way or the other. I think it's going to be close.
I see it a little farther.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, you got to realize we still have that you have to go to a state store to buy alcohol. You got that central Pennsylvania maniacs who are teetotalers and do this. I agree, by and large, I think it would pass, but it wouldn't be like in Jersey. It would be close. And what does that tell us? It tells us that adults would rather see this legalized, that there's a lot of reasons for it. The argument on the other side is how much different this might be than marijuana you think of years ago. I would be fine with it. I'd like to see it up as a referendum. I'd like to see them voted on just like they did in Jersey. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk with the Commissioner Eric Rowe, Minority Commissioner, Republican, out in Chester County. How did they count all these votes, some of which I don't think they should have counted? Why? And who is going to be the third-party investigator? Do they have that at least to close the books on this and actually put in reform so that this doesn't happen again and that people believe in elections? That's what's at stake here. All right, he's a good guy. He's next here to kind of give us the latest on the inside of that. You know, now at Rescue Natural Supplements, you can take advantage of huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% off on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs for over 40 years now. Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts, from immunity boosters and blood pressure health to natural brain focus and energy enhancers. You'll see slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being. Get these limited-time deals, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Or online at res-q.com. Up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save. Start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials. That's 800-26-ALIVE.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Let's fall in love again with old Europe. This time, we're discovering Europe's best-kept secret, stunningly beautiful Portugal. What the Roman Empire called Finisterre, the end of the earth, we're calling home for 10 days next spring. And if you've loved our tour events in Italy, you're going to love what Conservative Tours has designed just for our listeners at 1210. Dining at wineries that rival the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages brimming with seafood restaurants. Call 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Join me for the history, cuisine, and unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you in Bellum Tower. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A tragic row home fire in North Philadelphia overnight. 2 young kids and a woman were killed. An internet outage this morning affecting big sites like ChatGPT and Twitter. And we're finding out tonight if any of Philadelphia's top restaurants are getting Michelin stars.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, what are we, 2 weeks out since the big election, still trying to figure out how did Jack Ciattarelli get beaten by that number? I still can't figure it. Dom Giordano's show. But over in Chester County, that became a huge story even on election night. The debacle, 75,000 people affected maybe, and any number with the provisional ballot voting, which now there's an issue that's been debated this week, and then getting to the bottom of it. Joining us to give us the latest is Chester County Commissioner, the Republican Commissioner, Eric Rowe on Talk Radio 1210. Eric, welcome back. Thanks for joining us. What's the latest?
Thanks for having me back on, Dom. So the latest in this debacle is the county has now hired an outside law firm to investigate what happened on Election Day 2 weeks ago. It's a law firm in Westchester. It's called Fleck, Eckert, Klein, McGarry. It's a law firm this county has worked with before. And this firm will then be investigating to see exactly what happened. I have my suspicions about what happened, but this law firm will be tasked with actually getting to the bottom of it themselves, and that was just decided the other day.
So do they have a timeline here, Eric, since you think you know a good theory on this, and it seems to me you go to the main players that were involved in this, this shouldn't take more than days to determine what mistake was made and why and how to prevent it.
Yeah, so it all depends on what they find, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it should take very long, but who knows? One of the things that I have demanded be part of this investigation is looking into whether malfeasance played a role. I think it was likely a clerical error on the part of someone very junior in the Voter Services Department in Chester County. That's my suspicion. However, we have to make sure that there was nothing nefarious going on. So I demanded that there be questions asked about that and that be looked into very thoroughly. I just want to make sure that we're dotting all of our I's and crossing all of our T's.
Well, back to that junior thing and mistakes and all, too, though. Again, the consequences of this bleeds over into we want everybody to believe in the fairness of elections, transparency. Aren't there redundancies, Eric, and another redundancy on these things?
There will have to be from now on. I doubt there were. There were.
Why do you think?
In the lead up to this election. Well, there's been a lot of turnover in that office. That's all public information. I'm not telling you anything secret there. There's been a lot of turnover in that office, and so I don't know what happened. To be honest, I'm not going to speculate any further than that, but we got to make sure that there are redundancies, that there are people double-checking each other's work, and I think with more of that, we can prevent this kind of error from happening. You know, it's interesting. Every other election, you need to have the ability to eliminate anybody but Republicans and Democrats, because in primaries, they're closed primaries. The only people able to vote, and those are Republicans and Democrats. So it's an important feature to be able to eliminate third parties, unaffiliated voters, independents. But you got to make sure in a general election that does not happen, and that was a failure of county government 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Wanted to ask you, too, in the counting of the votes, I'm more with the Republicans. We had one the other day, your chairman, and I think their solicitor and the attorney there saying, look, we understand. We want people to have their vote counted. But the law is the law here about secrecy envelopes and how you do it. And I just think we have to be black letter law on this already. Democrats are chipping away at that constantly. If we're going to have mail-in balloting, I think you have to do it legally. If you don't, I don't think it should count.
Yeah, we litigated this yesterday for over 6 hours. It was a long hearing.
Right.
And here's what happened. It was essentially a test of who took their constitutional oath very seriously. I put my hand on the Bible and swore an oath to uphold the Pennsylvania Constitution and the U.S. Constitution and the laws of Pennsylvania. And those laws, the black letter law, says that ballots should not be counted if they are not put in secrecy envelopes, if they're voting provisionally or by mail. Ballots should not be counted if a provisional ballot is not signed by the right people, or if the envelope is not fully sealed, or you know, there are a long list of irregularities that could prevent a vote from being counted. Now, I'll say this: I don't want to disenfranchise anybody any more than county government already has with its colossal error from 2 weeks ago. Right? I want valid votes to be counted. The goal is not to stop anybody's vote from being counted, but the goal is to make sure we're following the law. And so that's how I had to vote yesterday. So I had to break with the Democratic majority commissioners and vote against counting certain ballots. I hate to do it. I wish that the law gave me an opportunity to offer an equitable remedy, but it doesn't. And until it does, until the legislature gives county commissioners that right, I have to follow the law as it's written, not how I want it to be.
In the situation we're there, and I feel your pain, it's a tough one, but again, we know what'll come up in court cases. They may try to use this in some way. That day when people are filling these out provisionally, is it impossible for the people there to say, oops, you might want to do this? Would you be okay with that? Is that legal? You didn't seal the envelope. Can they do anything like that? That way, it's all legal.
So the judge of elections can certainly walk the voter through the process. And I think out of the 6.5 hours yesterday that we spent in this long hearing about it, it revealed a lot to me. It revealed that we need to be doing a better job of training election workers so that they know how to walk voters through the process. It's a very involved process, voting by provisional ballot. I mean, you got to sign in more than one place.
Right.
You need more than one signature from other people on the outer envelope. It's a very involved process. I can see, and I voted that way myself, I can see how people would get it wrong. And then that all comes before the Board of Elections to vote on whether to accept those provisional ballots or not. So we need to do a better job, not just of printing poll books, but of training election workers so that the voters themselves will have a better shot at getting their vote to count.
And Eric, people have made this case. This isn't podunk. It's affluent, educated. In other words, you guys have the resources. You you're somebody who's reasonable on this, reasonable things to get this right. There are resources there. Well, if you have that, then you have to do better on this. We just can't willy-nilly count votes. We need people, because I agree with you, it seems more complicated when you're voting provisionally. We need confidence in that. If you need something else, if this happens, then let's talk about that.
Right. Yeah, this is not just any county. This is the healthiest, wealthiest, and best educated county in all of Pennsylvania, right? This is a county with resources, and we try not to raise taxes. I have never voted to raise taxes in this county, but you're right. We need to hold ourselves to a much higher standard. And look, I may be the minority party commissioner. I may get outvoted on a regular basis, but the truth is the buck stops with the election board, and I'm a member of it, and that's why I've been apologizing at every opportunity I can. I think the voters deserve that in a polite society. When you screw up, when you make a mistake, you accept responsibility and you fixed it and you make sure it never happens again. That's what I'm doing.
I know you are, and I appreciate that very much, and you coming on again. Keep us in the loop on these developments, Eric, and have a good Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Count on it, Tom. Happy Thanksgiving to you, too. Take care, my friend.
Eric Rowe here. I think he's right, too. Chester County, the wealthiest, the healthiest, the educated, the whole thing. So they have all that, and what they did is they decided to bypass the law. He's right. And look, I understand these people were voting provisionally. They shouldn't have had to do that. But you still can't count those ballots if they're inaccurate, if they're not legal. We fight all the time. I have Scott Presler on, Linda Kearns, everybody, that you're not going to win. Mail-in ballots are what we need to get on to win. We know that. But Democrats screw up, and then they want to count everything here, saying, wow, look at it. Who is it that disenfranchised? No, you should have been on the spot, the judge of election and others. They should have done a better job in these places with these provisional ballots to make sure, as best you can, they were accurate. I think it was over 1,000 or so that were in dispute. Well, they're not going to count. Yeah, but you're punishing these people who couldn't vote. No. What we're trying to do is we're trying to follow the law. And Democrats at every level make us distrustful every single day. And then you get Yahoo saying, well, that's why we shouldn't be voting by mail. We get all that. Tell that to Doug Mastriano. He voted for the act that put this through and all that, those Republicans that did that. The bottom line is you got to win if we're going to change this. If we don't beat Josh Shapiro, at least ding him in this, you're going to have a lot more of this. That's just a case in point. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time fraudulent, that all-time con man thing. And how did he get people that desperate, Jim Jones, to head off to Guyana, assassinate a congressman who came to investigate, and then have people drink, if not Kool-Aid, all right, not the brand,
Flavor
but
Aid.
The Flavor Aid, all right, or all
Never even heard of it.
Yeah, great Flavor Aid here was the real cause. Okay, we'll accept that. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
My job's not to get Jack Ciattarelli elected. My job is not to have Dave McCormick win. My job is to get ratings so I get a new contract. My job is to generate revenue so I'm financially irreplaceable. And my job is to give you some entertainment, try to inform you by doing some research, even though I haven't mastered run versus ran. I can't educate you on certain things. True. But by spending some time and doing some research, maybe provide you a factoid that you didn't have the time to look for. That's my job.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. TockRadio.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. Go to estatesroadshow.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. You heard the shenanigans over there in Chester County, and it is, by any metric, the most educated, wealthiest, healthiest, I guess. And so they have the resources. And then they, you could tell Eric Rowe's on it. No, the vote shouldn't count. Yeah, but that's unfair. Well, you screwed up. You're not counting them because you should have had the judge of elections and others do it properly with them. It's more complicated because of you. And now you're slow walking this, taking forever to get to the bottom of what should take a day, if that. And I can imagine the bill from this law firm. And you heard what he said. Malfeasance, we want those questions asked too. I guess they'll be under oath. Just another example of what they do, what Democrats do with the system one way or the other. Sometimes with intentionality, sometimes they're just goof-offs that mess up. And then we have to come in to try to reassure people because we don't vote and reassure you about that with Linda Kearns, for example. Then we're going to lose even more. That's what they want, that if you don't take the shot, you've missed. You got to take your shot. So if you don't vote, you missed. If you don't vote, like in Jersey with some of these Trump people with Jack Ciattarelli, you lose. It's that simple. Yeah, but I don't trust them. Oh, good. Great strategy. Don't show up and vote because you don't trust the Democrats. No, you have to show up and vote. We have to overperform in order to beat them. That's the world. It's not exactly right. But that's what you have to do to win. We've done it before with Trump. All you have to do is get off the couch. In 2026 now, we're going to hopefully be seeing signs of the dawdling in the House of Representatives. Will they be prepared to vote on Epstein? And I think it could be almost unanimous. We'll work that in, and we'll see if we get that coming up. Let's go to Robert in Bensalem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today.
Likewise.
Real quick, as far as what we were talking about, as far as like expanding mortgages and whatnot, you touched on it yesterday, and I think you're right. And I think that they should not allow investment companies to purchase single-family homes and then rent them out. So I think that you are onto something there.
It's enormous, Robert. It's enormous, that drain on open housing. Yeah.
And then it's not just one all-encompassing solution. It's things like what you said and what we were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And Robert, I would appoint, I know we have czars and all that, but I mean a real hard charger on that issue. Trump's on the grocery store price, but the other is not just getting a home. It gets into despondency. It gets into a bleak outlook for young Americans. They ought to be pouncing on that with as many possible solutions as possible.
Blue Star Commission with Kudlow, E.J. Antoni, Steve Moore to figure it out. But I'll get right to the side question because I don't want to take too much time. Back in 2006, Mexican authorities stopped a cargo jet that was taken off from Mexico City. When they checked the plane, they found $100 million in drugs on the plane. They checked the manifest, they checked the custodial chain, and it traced back to Wachovia Bank. So they did a further investigation into Wachovia Bank, and they found that Wachovia Bank was the largest launderer of money in the history of the United States that we know of. Over a 7-year period, they laundered $327 billion. They were completely decimated, hundreds of millions of dollars in fines, and Wells Fargo bought up what was left of Wachovia. That was a local bank. They had naming rights on flyers on the Spectrum, right?
Big time, yeah.
And so that I was kind of shocked at the depth of it, but I'm going to go with Wachovia Bank, who is no longer with us. And you guys have a wonderful day. Great show as always, Don.
Thank you, Robert. Thanks very much. I don't remember it was that number. Wow.
I had no idea.
He's not wrong. He's correct.
Exactly. Yeah.
I just thought Wells Fargo had bought Wachovia. I didn't know all that other stuff.
Yeah, wow,
it was deep.
That is a huge number. All right, that's the type of stuff we're looking for. I like the Potamkin Village, too. David in Lexington had several of them. Been really good. 855-839-1210. You get a line. We got Dom's Money Melody. We think the big vote is going to happen momentarily in the Congress. We'll dip into some of that, and we'll see that it should be almost unanimous. How much does that move this forward? A good bit. Now the Senate has to wake up and take it up. And then it would be up to the president to sign it. There's going to be redaction issues. There's still going to be a fight over this, and Democrats will overplay their hand big time on this. 855-839-1210.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Every once in a blue moon, a good team will play an almost perfect game. Fortunately for the Eagles, that blue moon came last February 9th when they destroyed Kansas City in the Super Bowl. Sunday night, the Birds offense struggled against the tough Lions defense in cold and windy conditions, but the defense was at its rip-roaring best. The Eagles won. They're 8-2. Enjoy it and move on. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
This is the energy of the Acura RDX. The energy of performance and adventure. With super handling all-wheel drive. The Acura RDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura. Precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, Plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. 855-839-1210. We'll have Dom's Money Melody, and we hope this hour, this long national nightmare with Jeffrey Epstein, how many years, how many decades, how many presidents, how much nonsense. He gets caught the first time, gets a slap on the wrist, and then goes back to doing the same thing. Maxwell's still out there. Special treatment in prison. President Trump turning beginning of this week and saying, all right, go ahead, vote the files out. We hope that the House will be doing that this hour. And I'm hoping that Republicans, although I'm a little bit doubtful, will be unanimous. That'll be another check of the box to move forward with this and to just start to put it to bed. But then it's on to the Senate, the president, the whole thing. I know it seems enormous. It never ends. But just think during various campaigns how Republicans pledged this. Trump pledged it. Get to the bottom of it. Bill Clinton, Lolita Express, Epstein Island. All that went into this right in plain view going on in America. And now we're at a moment of truth. I just think of people like Jeff Van Drew. You know, I've become friendly with Jeff, and I think he's a great ally of the president, bringing him to Wildwood, the whole thing. But on this, he was one of the first. Here's a little bit, if you guys are tapped in. Ron Johnson, just want to, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, speaking right now ahead of the Epstein files vote. Just want to dip in for a second.
Democrats are using the Epstein tragedy, the unspeakable evils that this guy committed with his trafficking ring and all of the abuses that they made these young women go through. They're using that as a political weapon to try to distract from their failures as a party and to try their best to try to tie President Trump somehow into this wretched scandal. The president had nothing to do with it. He's been very clear, and he has nothing to hide, and that's why he's endorsed the vote today. I suspect this vote will be probably unanimous. But here's the important point that everybody needs to understand. We have been advocates of maximum transparency, but we have also insisted that the victims be carefully protected. The Oversight Committee has been doing extraordinary work, and we've got some of the most vigorous advocates on the Republican and Democrat side on the Oversight Committee. They've been working in earnest to deliver transparency for the American people and to do it in a responsible manner. What do we mean by that? The bipartisan effort over there is already producing all the results that the discharge petition seeks and much, much more. Chairman Comer and all of these advocates over there have been releasing thousands of documents, for example, from the Epstein estate. By the way, in my view, that's been the greatest treasure trove of information because it's yielded for us Epstein's own personal flight logs, his financial records, his daily calendars, and so much more. But importantly, none of that was addressed or is addressed in the legislation that's being voted on today. The estate files wouldn't even have been encompassed in that. And so it goes to show that the Oversight Committee is doing it from the right way. From the very beginning, we've been insistent that this matter be handled carefully and with the utmost caution and care for the people who have been harmed. They should not be made to suffer any longer. We're talking about real people's lives at stake here.
Okay, that's Speaker
victims.
Mike Johnson. We'll dip back in. We'll get the vote. Hopefully, this isn't, I'm sure Hakeem Jeffries and yawning.
Everyone's got to get up and grandstand.
Yeah, exactly.
And blow the real
Please,
quick.
let's just have the vote here. He did say he thinks it could be unanimous. That's interesting. Will every Republican now vote that way? Mike Johnson was not leaning that way before. We've heard this caution before about the victims, and I think the victims, as far as I can tell, want this to be transparent, want to have it out there, want to move forward. Even though this will only be a big check in the box, it will not be the finality of actually getting it out there. And in the end, the maddening question, will we ever know why President Trump was pushing so much on the other side when all the stuff that we see so far and anything that can be predicted here does not implicate him in that. You know the story. Democrats try to redact the name of the woman who was one of the victims because she's the person that said that President Trump did nothing wrong in this. Now, you know, his association early on with Epstein, et cetera, is not a good thing. But in the end, what is it? Bill O'Reilly yesterday was still going down that same path, even at the 11th hour. No, you're going to embarrass people. You're going to make their life difficult, who will be victims also because they didn't do anything and their name's going to be mentioned. I think people are going to figure that out. We're going to look at the context of this. We're going to look at the emails. I've even heard people saying that Prince Andrew will not be damaged. But I don't know about that based upon everything that we've seen here. I'm not in that camp. Larry Summers, the former head of Harvard, who was married and getting advice from Epstein, apparently on how to seduce some of these younger women, has withdrawn from public life for now, saying he can't continue given the embarrassment of this. So that's all going on. We'll dip back in once we have the vote. And again, I wish Mike Johnson, stop beating it to death here. You've said what you've said. You took your position. We get it. You restate it. Why they were reluctant on some of this stuff, we'll see. All right, we have Dom's Money Melody coming up with Henry putting that together. Got a great side question, 855-839-1210. We can get you on board. Once the Epstein thing moves forward, the word of the day and the word that's going to be there, and I have to say I have more hope that Republicans are getting a bit of a handle on this, is affordability. The Democrats are not owning that as much. The Trump people, President Trump yesterday at the McDonald's thing was on home territory. He talked about the first fry cook becoming president of the United States. He did a great job when he was out at that McDonald's. We went there right before the election, you may remember, had a big crowd out there around all that. It was a huge moment. And they are doing a lot of the right things on affordability. With the housing issue, though, I'm kind of surprised. You just heard Robert of Bensalem. This is a thing that really gets in the way of people being optimistic about America and ready to move forward. Oh, my goodness. No, I can't. I'm not dipping into this. Jamie Raskin. My God, one of the most repellent, Mr. Constitution, although he said nothing about Epstein, will be arguing for a few minutes about what at the 11th hour here. Nothing. All the arguments have been made. And the argument now, Henry, is we're worried about collateral damage, they're saying, to the victims or somebody else here by releasing. They're still making this argument that America has rejected and will reject. You had some displeasure.
I don't know. It seems kind of weird to me. They're all kind of saying the same thing.
Yes,
like
just
over and over again. Like no matter what the side is, like we need these released, but we need released in a way that doesn't hurt the victims. And they just keep getting up and saying that, and like pointing at the other side, like that's what they don't want. Like,
well, and the victims are the ones, by and large. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene said there could be 1,000 victims, so I can't speak for every victim. But the bottom line of them, they're putting up billboards on 95. They were on Monday Night Football. They want it released. They want it released completely here. People know any number of their names. Some have written books. Some have been out there publicly. So do we have to take a poll of the victims? And if the poll goes the other way, it's 499 to 501. We don't release this. That doesn't make any sense. The media is poised by the hundreds for the House vote and then the reaction on this. So I still don't think it's going to be unanimous. Some people are going to vote against it just to get their name out there. But it's going to be very close to unanimous on this.
You think? Yes. You think they'd vote against to get their name out there?
If they're in a safe seat, then they'll pontificate it. There's always a contrarian or two. Oh. You want to take a pizza, you want to say they're going to be unanimous.
No, it's not that I would say they're unanimous, but like I just don't think someone take it to make a name, put a statement out there like, yeah, I'm against putting the Epstein files. It doesn't seem like it's a very short-sighted thing.
They'll couch it in terms of protecting the victims and yada, yada, yada. But how do you get more play if you're a middle-range representative? You get it by voting against it. I know it seems disastrous politically and morally, et cetera, around this. But I think that absolutely can happen. I think we're almost, though, ready for the vote. Massey, oh, my God, it's murderer's row. Massey out on the front steps of the Capitol with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Massey during this is not he's a guy I have lost a lot for Massey. I know some people have come around to him now because Trump has really hammered him, but not a favorite of mine. And I used to see he was not just a contrarian. I think he's more of a contrarian than anything else. Marjorie Taylor Greene's backstory: she wants to be in the Senate in Georgia. They sent her a poll. You would lose by 20 points to the current Democrat. No, we're not going to back you on that. That has propelled her into being more blatantly out there in the face of Trump. But she has made a reasonable position about the victims and why this has to be public. So there's baggage all the way around on this. And of all days, who's at the White House? The baggage, the Saudi prince.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like you can't escape the real world of what you have to do when you're president. And President Trump had a moment there with a reporter. This was at the White House, right? With this ABC reporter. It was quite a rant. And this was on Epstein?
Yeah, she asked a question regarding Epstein, and Trump didn't care for her tone.
All right, let's hear a little bit of that.
Mr. President, why wait for Congress to release the Epstein files? Why not just do it now?
You know, it's not the question that I mind, it's your attitude. I think you are a terrible reporter. It's the way you ask these questions. You start off with a man who's highly respected, asking him a horrible, insubordinate, and just a terrible question. And you could even ask that same exact question nicely. You're all psyched up. Somebody psychs you over at ABC. You're going to psych. You're a terrible person and a terrible reporter. As far as the Epstein files I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. I threw him out of my club many years ago because I thought he was a sick pervert. And I guess I turned out to be right. But you know who does have? Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, who ran Harvard, was with him every single night, every single weekend. They lived together. They went to his island many times. I never did. Andrew Weissman, I hear. All these guys were friends of his. You don't even talk about those people. You just keep going on the Epstein files. And what the Epstein is a Democrat hoax to try and get me not to be able to talk about the $21 trillion that I talked about today. It's a hoax. Now, I just got a little report, and I put it in my pocket, of all the money that he's given to Democrats. He gave me none, zero, no money to me. But he gave money to Democrats. And people are wise to your hoax. And ABC's, your company, your crappy company, is one of the perpetrators. And I'll tell you something.
So why not just sign it now?
I think the license should be taken away from ABC because your news is so fake and it's so wrong. And we have a great commissioner, the chairman, who should look at that because I think when you come in and when you're 97% negative to Trump, and then Trump wins the election in a landslide, that means obviously your news is not credible, and you're not credible as a reporter. So I've answered your question. You should go and look at the Democrats who received money from Epstein, who spent their time. Larry Summers was with him all the time. That creep of the fund guy was with him all the time. What's his name? Who? Reid Hoffman. I don't know Reid Hoffman. But I know he spends a lot of money on the radical left. Reid Hoffman, in my opinion, should be under investigation. He's a sleazebag. And those are the people, but they don't get any press, they don't get any news, and you're not after the radical left because you're a radical left network. But I think the way you ask the question with the anger and the meanness is terrible. You ought to go back and learn how to be a reporter. No more questions from you. Who else has a...
All right, there you go. You guys were right. That was quite a stream of consciousness here before the big vote. And with the Saudis sitting there at the White House. Oh, my goodness. Unbelievable. All right, 855-839-1210. I think we'll have the vote before we hand it off to Rich. It looks that way. You know, some pontificating, Jamie Raskin, a couple of others. And the vote should happen pretty quickly. It is a big moment. Simply because finally there'll be a degree of finality in one sector that this will be unanimous to release them. It doesn't mean we're home to get that done and move on, though. 855-839-1210. First, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
That is exactly right. And Henry, help me out here. I don't know what we're playing for today.
Yeah.
I couldn't have thrown that. No,
you got it?
Yeah, nope, I do not.
All right, anyway. Today's winner will receive a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Philly Sports Put to Music on Saturday, November 22nd at Cardinal O'Hara High School in Springfield, PA, Delaware County. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com. Anywho, so Dom, today on the side question, we're asking for those all-time con artists, those people that had you fooled, had you duped. In music, one of the worst things you can do to dupe an audience is lip sync, right? No one likes a lip syncer. You know, everyone wants to see that live performance.
What would you say the lip syncing that goes on now? It seems to be almost 50-50 to me.
I would think there's a fair amount of it going on today. And it's what's crazy is I think it happens a lot in like televised performances where
That's
it's like
what I'm talking
people are
about,
going to catch you on doing that. So
yeah.
I find that crazy. But talking about a television performance where someone had to lip sync, the Mamas and the Papas went on the Ed Sullivan Show back in September 24th, 1967. And as you may know, what Ed Sullivan wants, Ed Sullivan gets on the Ed Sullivan Show. He asked, or the producers asked, the band to lip sync their song California Dreamin'. Well, band member Michelle Phillips did not like that one bit, going as far to eat a banana during the performance of California Dreamin', clearly illustrating that, yes, they are lip syncing that performance, and no, she is not happy about it. So I'm going to play you California Dreamin' today. I want to know the language in which California Dreamin' is being sang here. One hint about this language, the country is a neighbor of, you guessed it, Uzbekistan. So,
bringing the terrorists up there. But people that get special, if they call in and they have a real ID, given the trouble they had to go through, we'll have to give them a special line here to get through and get their CDL or the prize. That's right.
Yeah, so I want the language of this country that is a neighbor of Uzbekistan. Let's take a listen.
Driving an 18-wheeler, yes. Yeah, he's got the vibe.
Neighbor of Uzbekistan.
All right. Hit us with that. No maps allowed. Hit us with that, and you're off to see Joe Conklin. 855-839-1210. Jump in now. Get the belt. Win the prize of the day.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30-plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family & Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Planning to pop the question this year? How about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
At Horizon Heating and Cooling, we know the holidays bring joy, laughter, and lots of people messing with the thermostat. Uncle Steve visiting from out west wants the heat cranked way up, and all the roughhousing little cousins want it Arctic. Horizon will keep your HVAC system running strong all season long with expert installation and same-day emergency service. And right now, get up to $5,000 off a new HVAC system install, plus flexible financing available on installs and major repairs. Book horizonservices.com today.
Hi, Dawn Stansland here. You know, as the air gets cooler and we start spending more time at home, this is the perfect season to give your home a little love, especially the outside. You already know how much I trust Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They're family owned. They've been serving our community for more than 30 years, and they truly care about every detail. This November, Chapman is giving you even more reason to start that home upgrade. 20% off new siding plus 24 months of interest-free financing. Terms and conditions apply. Whether it's refreshing your home's curb appeal with new siding, upgrading drafty windows and doors, or even replacing your roof, Chapman makes the process easy, seamless, and beautiful start to finish. They'll take the time to listen, explain your options, and deliver exceptional craftsmanship every time. That is the Chapman difference. Call them or text 610-431-8898. Visit ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Schedule your consultation today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The Wrap Up the Year sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for just $328 a month for 42 months. Need something bigger? Get a new 2025 Ram truck with 0% financing for 72 months. Or a new 2026 Ram truck with 0% financing for 60 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money. That's exactly right. All right, Henry brought everything together here, the cover, the country, and also the terrorist. Next to that, the alleged terrorist, Tom, the CDL license, and your real ID. And if you have the real ID, say so. I see a guy on the road. He's probably got a real ID. All right, let's hear the clue.
In the same neighborhood as Uzbekistan.
Yeah, it's such a great song, too. Even there, it translates pretty much, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to John in Huntington Valley. John, what's the country?
Kyrgyzstan, my wonderful Dom. Kyrgyzstan.
No, thank you, John.
Not quite that specific.
By the way, the motion is to suspend the rules and pass the bill. So far, it's Democrats leading Republicans and moving forward on this.
I don't see any nays.
No,
nays.
I don't see any nays, though, yet.
Right.
No nays yet on this. Not one saying nay, not to pass this. All right, let's go to Joe on the road. All right, Joe, what's the country?
Is it Kazakhstan? Kazakhstan?
No, it's
No.
2 in a row with All right, Henry, you may want to give another little clue here, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Very large country.
Oh,
I
yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
this was a layup, but apparently not.
Okay.
Very large in mass.
Okay. Scott in Northeast Philly. Scott, what's the country?
You talking to me? Georgia.
All right, well, I get it. He means
Maybe the
Soviets.
biggest country by surface area.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything that
Right.
even comes close. Very harsh winters.
Okay, and this is near where again?
It's one country over from Uzbekistan.
Okay. All right, we'll take it off air, and then when we have a winner, we'll declare it. 855-839-1210. So the voting process is underway, and we didn't see one no vote yet on the Epstein files situation. When we have clarity that it's passed, or it's going to pass, it's a question of does it pass unanimously or not? And the betting odds are looking, I'm still saying that, some of these people are just contrarians, and they'll come up with, I mean, remember when our inspector would not kick Bill Clinton out of office and he cited Scottish law? My God. I mean, beyond belief that we had to endure that. And what? He got a lot of media play on that. All right, let's go to Sam in Doylestown. Sam, what's the country?
Hey, Dom, the country would be Russia.
Nicely
There
done.
you go. It wasn't all those Kakistans and Borat and whatever. It was Putin all along. It was Putin all along that did it. He's gone off to see Joe Conklin. Henry, nice in how you brought all that stuff together. The lead story today, we're talking about this guy, and tomorrow we have the head of the Republicans demanding a full investigation in Pennsylvania. How did a guy, wanted terrorist from Uzbekistan, get an 18-wheeler CDL license in Pennsylvania and real ID?
Yeah.
I mean, it's stunning.
Believe me, to all those guesses out there for all the stands, I was trying to find to find a song in their language. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, brutal. That was in Russian then, I guess, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it's 855-839-1210. As all this is going on, Fox headline, Democrats doubling down on the trans rights fight. This is Trans Awareness Week. And you're saying, haven't they learned their lesson? I'm sick of this type of stuff. Remember my motto on this. We are winning inch by inch And it's good that we're winning inch by inch because there's political fallout and damage on this. I thought there would be more in Jersey and certainly in Virginia, but apparently the affordability issue overran that. Still don't know how. They're the people that caused this, that affordability would be on the Democrat side. But they're still fighting this Trans Awareness Week, doubling down. They still think, they're feeling themselves after this election cycle and thinking they're golden on this and that they will continue to, punish Republicans who stand in their way. Not so. It is a winning issue. It brings people to vote who ordinarily may not vote. There's no other side to this, particularly the sports part of it. All right. So 855-839-1210. Still waiting for the final vote on the Epstein files. As we said, though, nobody has said nay yet. Let's go to Phil in Delaware. Phil, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Phil.
Hey, good afternoon. Obviously, always a great show. Well, the government's open, which means I'm headed to the Capitol. So I'll let you know what the results are.
Okay.
So about 3 months ago, I was stopping in Queens at a Jollibee Filipino fast food joint, and I'm sitting at the table, and these young college students are sitting there eating and wearing their mandami buttons.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Who's that?" They said, "I hear he's running for mayor." I'm thinking, you hear he is running for mayor, and you're going around knocking on doors and pushing somebody. You're from Jersey. What's the deal? Oh, well, they put bands out there and said they'll pay for our dinner if we spend a couple hours canvassing. Yeah. I said, well, there's that fake front. But the answer to today is Blazing Saddles. Mel Brooks. It was just a movie set, and when you first watched it, you thought you were in the Wild Wild West watching a Westerner, but it wasn't.
Thank you, Phil. All right. Well, yeah, I don't know about that as an answer. Okay. Yeah, it's true, maybe, but I didn't feel
his answer reminds me of his story there. It's
exactly.
You just heard him on Dami. It's like, oh, you just heard of, kind of Blazing. You had no idea what it was going into it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. We'll take more calls. We hope to have a result on this. As we said, no nays yet that we saw in the early voting. The excruciating, how I want this to be over by 3 o'clock, that at least the House now is moving forward. Then the Senate, Thanksgiving and end of the year. And just
go quickly.
Yeah. Eat your lunch at your desk there. Vote, vote all day long. I would institute 14-hour votings. Well, we don't have enough time to take that up. Oh, you're going to have time under this. Bathroom breaks? Yeah, you got 5 minutes. Here's a bottle. Okay. Women, all right, we'll make an exception. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Let's talk Dr. Bentz for a moment. My good friend, personal dental specialist, and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, exciting news to share. His daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has successfully challenged and completed her board certification. Now, you got to understand, I talked to Dr. Bentz and his wife, who's also a dentist, and this is no small feat. When I've been there for treatment, we're talking about it. Wow, this is something that really takes a lot. That now means you have over 11 years of training and 33 years of experience between them. It's thrilling to know that Dr. Emily Bentz joins Dr. Bentz in providing the best in customized and innovative care for the most complex dental cases like mine, in addition to the exceptional general dentistry services provided by Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz, a true family affair. So when you have an issue that requires really top-notch, highly specialized care, second opinion, other dentists send people to Dr. Bentz routinely. Just do what I did. Call the Bentz Dental Group. Get that initial appointment. 610-272-6949. Visit all this. Check it out at their website, BentzDentalGroup.com. That's BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
Walter Sterling.
It's not because we don't want to go to sleep. It's not because we don't know how to go to sleep. It turns out many a brain, and there are many reasons for this. I'm not going to waste your time with the, what the possible syndromes are. But there, in fact, if you always are up last, or if you're really comfortable working the second and third shift, you and I have a different brain.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. If you've loved our tour events in Italy, you're going to love what Conservative Tours has designed just for you, our listeners at 1210. We're discovering Europe's best-kept secret, stunningly beautiful Portugal. Dining at wineries that rival the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event, along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia. Portugal isn't just the playground of the world's jet set. It's the land of Vasco da Gama and Magellan, and we'll learn how this sea-facing land became a world power. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo da Roca, and Cascais alone are worth the crossing, but we're going to discover Portugal's answer to Tuscany, the Douro Valley. Santiago de Compostela in Spain draws pilgrims in a passionate way, and we're going to learn why. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. I'll see you at Bellum Tower. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do the holiday parties, tailgating, and family get-togethers have your liver working overtime? Let Active Liver help give your liver some relief at Amazon or Vitacost.com, CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is over. Well, partially over. The House has the votes for the Epstein files release. I don't see the final number up here, Henry. Have we seen any nays yet?
So far, well, there's no nays yet. It's okay. 186 Republican, Democrat 186. No nays.
Okay.
Yet.
No nays.
No nays. All right. I'm kind of surprised. We're going to see if that holds here. This late in the vote, I think it might. But they're announcing, too, that they have gotten the votes now. That's more than enough. 218 was the magic number to release the files from the House. We'll give you the final wrap-up. I don't know, some of these people holding back their vote, how long it takes. It's all electronic. What will happen in the Senate now? How long will it take to get this here? The pressure will mount. We'll see some more leaking. 194, 193. Not voting. It's down to like the last 20 or so odd people. It's approaching the final numbers. I mean, why hold back your vote? Don't they hit the button the same time as everybody else? I think I'll torture people a while longer here. What possible more information do you need to make that
They're waiting for the breaking news chyron to come across their phone.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, something new is going to happen here. Trump says, I did it. Yeah, that's what they're waiting for. Come on. It's down to only 38 votes left. Henry, you may be the winner here. You were betting unanimous, right?
Yeah, that's where I was siding on that. Yeah.
All right. I'm still saying there's one maniac there in Congress that's going to, they're screwing up the courage. They're saying, do I do it? I'll be on the nightly news tonight. The Dom Giordano show will be bothering me. They'll want to have me on. Could it be? Oh, wait a minute. There is a nay.
I don't know. There's been some false flags before.
Okay,
we've had a few nays and it goes away.
It goes away. All right, one Republican nay. They know that I predicted it, so my prediction's got to be right. We're down to 34 votes left here. Let me take a call here. Scott in Mount Laurel. We'll see if that nay goes away or not on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, welcome in.
Hey, thanks. If Jim Jordan's the nay, then I'm going to know there was some kind of a pineapple juice deal going on.
I told Greg Stocker this morning, I heard from the grapevine he's got cases delivered to the house. Get that pineapple juice.
Did I earlier hear Robert from Ben Salem say that companies shouldn't be able to buy houses and rent them out?
Major companies. Yes. Yeah, he did say that.
I can't go with that.
Okay.
Free markets. I'm for the free market. I can't go with that. I wanted to put that. Robert's great, but I got to disagree with him on that one.
All right, Scott, you got to call this. You're a numbers guy. We're down to 21 votes left. There's still one nay up. Does that nay stand?
You know what? I don't know. That's a tough call because I don't know. Why would somebody vote nay? Because the public opinion is for yes.
Right.
So usually people will vote with the public opinion, especially when the thing has already been decided and they can't change it.
It's down to 17 votes left, and one nay is still up there.
So what are they going to say? I hit the wrong button, sorry?
No, I think they're going to say they're the only principal one. It'll hurt the victims and all. And we're going to call this person is fraudulent. It's voting nay at this point. It's down to 13 votes left.
Maybe that person's been against the whole time, and they want to seem consistent, even though it's irrelevant now because it's going to pass. I don't know. I'm just throwing out a theory. I have no idea. But I'm still thinking on that pineapple juice deal. That's a possibility.
Okay.
I'm not giving up on that.
Who's your person?
You may disagree, Dom, but I think Andy McCarthy is the biggest fraud in the public sphere right now, the media. He says he spends the interviews and saying, like 80% of things that we totally agree with. And then he comes up with some way of either telling us why it's okay. He comes up with something like to take the air out of the balloon or some reason why, I agree with you, but, you really can't do anything about it. Like, he is the biggest apologist and underminer to protect the establishment, especially the law enforcement and the FBI and the Justice Department, no matter what they do, at all costs. And he is a total fraud.
Oh, man. Andy McCarthy. Wow. He does have Trump derangement in large measure, but Henry, we're down to 5 Republican votes left and 4 Democratic votes left. What are these people? 5-3 now, Democrats voting, and 1 nay is up there after 424.
I'm thinking just to throw it out there. I'm thinking maybe it might be like a vote from Speaker Johnson. I think it might be him.
Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be the worst of all because now they're going to be with him. I mean, this is a nightmare. Whoever is voting nay on this is doing this not because they're a purist and they see, and we ought to honor them. No, I don't think it's Jeff Andrew. He's not doing that.
No, it's not.
My God. No. I know what people are thinking. Our listeners are thinking. It's Brian Fitzpatrick, I tell you. I know it's Brian Fitzpatrick. They always want to. Scott Perry? No, I don't think so. Who is the Republican contrarian? And we're down to just 7 votes, 425 when's the time limit on this? Hit the button, please. It's a button. And still that one nay up there. It's killing Henry on this. Could I be right on this? I don't want to make it a horse race here, Henry, but it is interesting that there's still one nay out there. And this happens frequently, but not on a vote like this. This is a vote of conscience. This is a vote that should be very easy. We're down to 5 votes left, 2 on the Republican side. It's 216 to 211. That's how close this is, but they're all on the same page saying, yay, suspend the rules and pass this. And still, all right, let's take a break. And when we come back, I think we're going to have an answer. Are these people maddening or what? The games that they play. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll also do the lightning round next on Talk Radio 1210.
Now is the perfect time to let your savings take root at First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your money grow as you earn 3.65% annual percentage yield with a 15-month share or IRA certificate, or lock in higher earnings with a 24-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.75% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options and more, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Get behind the wheel of a brand new 2026 Chevy. Now lease a brand new Chevy Equinox just $289 a month for 36 months. Need more muscle? Jump into a 2026 Silverado 1500 RST. Lease for $499 a month for 39 months, or finance it with 0% APR. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Philadelphia or check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Nebraska. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here-for-good.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, we'll get to the lightning round, but it is official. The vote is over, and we have one nay, apparently, and it's believed to be, at least speculated on Twitter by several people, Clay Higgins, and he's a guy that was one of the leaders supporting the full investigation, but through the House oversight. So I guess that's what he's going to hang his hat on. Come on. Grandstander extraordinaire in this. As predicted, he'll be all over the place. Why did you vote on protecting the victims?
Enough of the government oversight on this. Get
exactly.
it out there.
Yeah, let's get it out there. So it is astounding. Think about where we began the week, or Sunday at least, until the president put this on Truth Social. We thought this would be a relatively close vote, that almost all Democrats would vote for it. And Jeff Andrew on the show started to say, was it yesterday, upwards of 50 Republicans. Now it's unanimous, except for this one yo-yo from Louisiana, Clay Higgins, who is standing, I guess you'll see it, on the idea that, no, this is going to harm the victims. What's wrong with this? It's a grandstander. The others have it right. Now the ball moves forward here to the Senate and to the president to see his reaction on this. But after all this, it was nearly unanimous. Unanimous is always better, but that's pretty close. That means Mike Johnson voted for this, and that's the right thing to do. All right, lightning round. Hit us with that all-time con man or woman or something fraudulent. We've had some great ones, some great answers on Twitter. Today is the day of the Jonestown Massacre. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew, what do you have today?
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot, man. Hey, I know I sound like a cynic, but I wouldn't be surprised if whoever voted that nay was being paid off by Bill Clinton, if you know what I mean. But
well, he couldn't pay off enough people. It's going to be out there.
That's another time. I would love to comment on that.
Yeah.
But hey, Dom, whoever built and marketed the Titanic had the whole world duped into thinking it was unsinkable.
That's true, but we give a little bit of grace when you're hitting an iceberg.
Exactly right.
No, it's unsinkable.
No.
You can hit an iceberg.
Unsinkable.
You
The
can hit
biggest
10
ship
of them.
ever.
You could
plow right through.
You could drive it down Main Street in Upper Darby and hit something. It's unsinkable. That's a pretty good one. Gary in Newtown, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, did anybody take off COVID 1984?
No.
Then I'm gonna go with something that's affordability. I'm gonna go with the 2008 financial crisis, which was the subprime mortgage. That's right where we are today.
All right, gotcha, Gary. Joe of Exton, cue the music. Hi, Joe.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joe.
My concept of a blatant fraud is the mayor-elect of New York City.
True, Joe. Yeah, he hasn't even started yet, but he is fraudulent. Absolutely. By the way, we didn't play it today. Tomorrow, New York City police illustrating for some reason to people how to put the hijab on. I mean, it's like, what the heck? In honor of Mandani or whatever, the woman demonstrating that.
It's more like, why are the police doing it?
Well, that's what I mean. What was the reason? Oh, you know, someday you might. All women are going to be wearing these under Mandani, so get ready for it.
Yeah.
That's another thing. How could young women particularly vote for this guy, given his Muslim belief about women? Well, go figure. Bill in Bucks, our final hitter. All right, Bill, what's yours?
Well, my answer today is a person who founded the FTX cryptocurrency exchange. He was celebrated as the poster boy for crypto. Ultimately, he was convicted of fraud and related crimes. One of his victims, or maybe two of his victims, one Tom Brady, and the other was Kevin O'Leary of the Shark Tank.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yeah, Kevin O'Leary?
Oh, yeah.
Taking
No,
empires?
Kevin was going on TV singing this guy's praises. He's this, he's next up. He is a genius.
The whole crypto
The whole thing.
I'm sorry.
Con.
You know, money comes too hard earned to be going down broad. Oh, you'll see in the future. Okay. Kirk, a lot of good ones.
A lot
What
of
did
good
you
ones.
like?
I love Robert. I love Robert, the historical, and how he brought it from the past. I'm going to go with Robert from Salem with Wachovia Bank.
Ah, that was a big number there, $237 billion. Henry?
Yeah, I like the history lesson with
Okay.
Wachovia Bank. The other two I really liked today were Drew and Upper Darby of the Titanic, because it is correct. Like, that is the unsinkable ship. If you're built as such, you shouldn't get dragged down by something you put in your drink. And then the other one right at the end there, Bill and Bucks with Sam Bankman-Fried. I mean, he conned some of the smartest money people out there into thinking he was going to be this next, Bill Gates level type of stud, and instead he's in jail with the Elizabeth Holmeses of the world.
I'd go with that last one. I think that's right.
Yeah.
And you look at this guy, I look at him and go, come on now. I'm buying this guy. Really?
Yeah.
Just look at him.
Well, that's the thing. Like, there's so many eccentric billionaires now. It's like, this is just the next in the long line of them. It's like, no, that he was actually just a dork.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, he's the guy saying, "May I meet you?" By the way, we'll play that tomorrow. That Bill Ackman guy, the billionaire, saying that's the line guys ought to use to women. "May I meet you?" Apparently, people believe it's being said around America.
Oh, it's
my
100%
God.
being said now.
Oh, God, yes.
Ironically.
Yeah, ironically. Yeah. I think I'll say it to Scott Jennings. By the way, shameless plug at our big event coming up December 9th, which is right around the corner, given Thanksgiving is late this year. So December 9th, Tuesday night, over at the Great Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. A lot of great dinner spots before that. Scott Jennings will be with us. I'm going to see if we can take some of the bigger moments of Jennings facing down. It's like the OK Corral every night. You know, they should take your guns out and put it on the table. These progressives firing away at him from all angles. And I'll ask him, did that face come naturally? Or do you practice that smirk, the face, when the host or somebody else says something out of line? His new book, How Trump Stormed Washington and Saved Western Civilization. A lot of Elon Musk personal interview, President Trump. It's going to be a fabulous night with him. I mean, CBS wants him badly to be on there even. Biggest star of the year rising on the conservative side. Get your tickets, 1210WPHT.com. And really, go for the meet and greet ticket. Very reasonable. You'll be backstage with me, Scott Jennings, and have a chance to meet with him, to get up and close and see what he's all about. It's always great to get the meet and greet. All right, that's the VIP ticket option there. All right, so we have put aside tomorrow the Epstein thing. No, Clay Higgins will be out there tonight all over the place telling us why he couldn't do what the rest of the country wanted and go down that path. Follow me on Twitter until tomorrow at Dom Show 1210. And tomorrow, we welcome back E.J. Antoni. We'll talk affordability with him. And we'll also talk with Greg Rothman, the head of the GOP in Pennsylvania. They're demanding, but I'm going to try to fire him up. I mean, what are you going to do to force a full investigation, testimony under oath? How did this maniac from Uzbekistan get a CDL from Pennsylvania and a real ID? Ended up arrested by ICE with an 18-wheeler in Kansas. Now, we know that California does stuff like this. How did Pennsylvania do it? And what did Josh Shapiro do about this hole in this whole thing? So we're going to see how serious the Republicans are to pushing the envelope. And one of our real favorites tomorrow, Joe Concha. Want to talk with him. He is the communications guy, messaging guy. He's got that book coming out, The 99 Most Unlikable People, I think we talked about. I don't know who he has said is number one yet. We'll ask him again tomorrow. But what does he say the messaging should be on affordability? How do you blunt what Democrats are clearly running on? All right? The Epstein matter moves forward. I know it's slow progress to get to the end of this. And it's going to be even more intense now because I don't know that these senators have gotten the message that America wants this to be out there come hell or high water. They want to end it. They want this put to bed after all these decades, just so we don't marvel at how a guy so repellent, so obvious. Marjorie Taylor Greene made a good point today. It may have been 1,000 young women that were involved here, was able to do this president after president, decade after decade, without justice finally doing something. Some measure of justice today, almost unanimous. All right, Rich is poised to take you home with 4 big hours on this breaking news, and God knows what else may happen. But tomorrow, turns a page, and we'll get into any number of other things that are developing, including you went through the Real ID. How did this guy get through that process, barely speaking English, if at all? All right, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Fall is here, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to bring warmth and style into your home with Kitchen Magic. Right now, enjoy their biggest discount.